Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to perhaps the most hydrated game development stream on Twitch. My fluid intake is pretty high, which also means my bathroom break rate is frequent, but that's all right. I am Jared Oliver, aka Duranosaur, although I'm thinking of changing that name on Twitch, Duranosaur. I don't know. I like it as kind of a gamer tag, but I'm not sure for kind of game development streams and whatnot. I don't know if it's fitting. But anyway, we're back doing crappy JavaScript game development. Working on my game right now, TraceRacer. So in the last stream, we started working on a new kind of game mode, which I'm calling the marathon mode, but I'm thinking that will end up kind of replacing the main game mode that I have right now. So where we left off, well, so the marathon mode, we've had a round-based mode where there's a timer, and when the timer expires, if you haven't popped all these bubbles in this order, then you lose. Otherwise, if you pop all the bubbles within the time, and you go to the next round. And I have this is the timer here on the sidebar, which is moving really slowly for right now because I had it extended just for testing things. But I haven't really liked that. So, I mean, that mode is cool, but I don't like how it breaks the rhythm of the game. The game should be just kind of a fast skill game. So I've started developing what I'm calling the marathon mode, but that might very well just be the way you play the game in the future. And basically it's as you play, new bubbles start to appear. As you're popping bubbles, new bubbles will start to appear. So you'll kind of just have this continuous gameplay, and it would be more, you'd have more continuous, uninterrupted, like kind of the faster you go, the more bubbles appear. So everything, where we left off at the last stream, everything was working pretty well. I have a few important parts to fix or to add, but otherwise, if you don't mess up, the gameplay is working pretty much as we intended. So over here is like our target bubble. So we're supposed to pop this bubble first. And with this stream today, I'd like to actually have it so that it shows the next three bubbles you should pop. So the current bubble to pop, the second next bubble to pop, the bubble that's on deck, and then the one that's on deck to on deck. In the hole, is that what it's called? In the hole in baseball. So I'd like to show three. I mean, maybe three is too little, maybe it's too much. Right now it's just one, and that's kind of hard because you can't like prioritize what bubble's next. So you can't like plan out your quick movement. So basically, if we go and pop the bubble, we can see we pop green next, and we saw that this blue bubble appeared. So we pop green, a new bubble appeared. Now we pop purple. So as of right now, we're keeping 5 bubbles on the screen at once. And these are all just random colors. But as we just keep going up, we add more bubbles. Now, if you mess up and you pop the wrong bubble, all of the bubbles, you started over at the beginning now. All the bubbles reappeared, which is not good. We're going to fix that right now. So the way it works is there will be checkpoints, or there currently are like a checkpoint system. We're going back to the beginning rather than to the last checkpoint. So one of the things I spent a lot of time in the last stream fixing was this overlap from bubbles, because I never want a bubble to overlap while you're playing. So basically, once you get to the next checkpoint, bubbles will check whether they overlap within a certain future of hitting the checkpoint. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's not working right now. This should have reset back to the red. So we'll fix all that stuff today. Should be exciting. And suitably terrible. So I guess we'll dive right in. First thing, well, yeah, first thing is I'd like to fix the checkpoint system. So wait, did that reset back properly? I want to see if this resets properly back to. So if we pop the wrong bubble now, yeah, it did. This should have reset back to blue. And I think I might not have even. Oh yeah, I never even set that back. So that's actually something we can just fix in like 2 seconds here. So I'm just looking at my marathon class here, which is what I'm calling, it's kind of the game mode, game state class object. It'd be the game state object when you're actually playing. That's keeping track of the bubbles, keeping track of which bubble you're supposed to pop, etc. It's checking if you pop the right one or not. So basically the marathon class is listening, or it's listening for when a bubble is popped, right? That's all it really cares about right now. So when a bubble's popped, it will check if you pop the right bubble or not. So if you pop the right bubble, obviously then you can advance, it can do some logic here. So I just have a little if else right here where if the ID of the bubble that was popped, so that's what comes in through this is a listener function for this event, bubble popped. So this function will fire when a bubble is popped, and it's fired by the bubble that was popped, so that bubble will pass its ID, so it's bubble ID. And then the marathon object is keeping track of our target bubble ID. So that's the next bubble you're supposed to pop. That's the bubble you're supposed to pop. So if the ID of the bubble that was just popped is the bubble ID that we're supposed to pop, then it fires off this code here that sets up the next bubble to appear. And then, so the next bubble will appear in our list of bubbles that we previously generate. And then we increment our target bubble ID because it's just a zero-based order of bubbles. So all the bubbles are in an array. These come into our marathon as an array. And then the ID of the bubble is just its address in the array as well. Its index in the array. So so then this line here, this.progressMeter.set target bubble color, this is where our marathon object is telling the progress meter, which is this little guy here right now, to say, okay, here's the new color you need. So so we have set target bubble color, and this will end up changing a little bit, but for right now we can at least do just one little line to modify what we're doing. So the problem is, the current problem is this is if the correct bubble was popped, right? So else the correct or the incorrect bubble wasn't popped. Hang on a second here. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay here. Okay, so I don't want to think about this too hard because this will probably change a little bit in the future. But what I'm going to do right here is just have our progress meter set back to the first bubble. So when you screw up, actually we can't do that. We can't do that yet. Well, actually, yes. Let's just do it for example right now. Okay. So we refresh, start a marathon. So now if we hit the wrong bubble, I'll hit brown. I'll pop brown. We reset, and that didn't work. Progress meter.set target bubble color. This dot bubble. All right, what we're gonna do is cy 0. Whoops. Let's just print the whole bubble in the console. Okay. So we go. Oh, okay, we crashed. So we've got our color for our bubble, but why didn't that actually go? So I guess our progress meter might be having some problem. Let's do that. So I'm looking in our marathon progress meter code here, which the progress meter is going to be sort of a parent kind of entity in the game. So as of right now, I just have the one target bubble. So it just has one property for this.target bubble, which is a circle object, and that gets created in the marathon creator function that runs. So right now, this is just kind of it's kind of useless in what it's just kind of wrapping around this target bubble, but it will be it will kind of need to be more fleshed out once I start adding, because I'm going to want to add more than just one target bubble on the side here. Like I'm going to need to have, I want to have 3 maybe. 3 is just the number that's coming off the top of my head. Because 3 seems to be a pretty manageable number in terms of quick reaction. Seeing 3 bubbles kind of gives you a chance to prioritize. I've noticed this from playing this mode. Like I tend to look at the first top 3, get those really fast, and then I kind of have to glance back over here and look at, what I'm doing next, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm kind of leaning towards, let's just do 3. And then that will give you kind of this better idea of, like, in your peripheral vision, you'll be able to kind of see while you're playing here, focused here, you'll be able to kind of see these out of the corner of your eye. But we're not working on that round-based mode anymore. We're working on our new marathon mode. So, yes, so we need to see why we're not getting the right color here. All right, so let's... I don't want this anymore. And then, so now anytime this gets updated, I should be printing the new color that's coming in. So as we do that, okay, or the new, the circle. Okay, so color. Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Start over again. Okay, so if let's pop another one, and let's pop the wrong one. So pink's next, but let's pop blue. Okay, so it disappeared here. So now I should be able to see. Oh, alpha is getting set to 0. That would be, oh, okay. Okay, so when we pop, so the problem is we're popping, actually, there is one way we could fix this. I'm going to make a note. So by putting this line, the line that's setting our color, below our emitter, so now the event emitter will emit a cursor drag stopped, which will, so the problem the problem we're seeing here, Actually, now it'll be fixed. But I think, or maybe I'm getting cocky. Probably getting cocky. All right, we're popping the wrong one. Yeah, now we revert back to the original color we're supposed to hit. So that's good. And that didn't, yeah, there's a few things I need to fix here. But basically what was happening is, you know, when we pop the first bubble, the bubble goes, basically its alpha value gets set to 0. So it becomes completely transparent. So when the bubble becomes transparent, what would happen is, as I'd pop the wrong bubble. So then this thing would get reset to the color that was of the first bubble that was getting popped, because we got to restart back to bubble 0, right? So it would switch back to green, but the problem is green was still transparent at the time that I was copying the color over. So it would become a color that's completely transparent, so invisible. So now I just simply switched a line, because what happens here is when I call event emitter.emit, all the bubbles that are, you know, all the bubbles that have been popped get reset, you know, back to being unpopped. And then the color, excuse me, the color therefore is then corrected. And then I update the progress meter with the color of bubble 0. But there's a couple other problems. I shouldn't have even tried to fix this first, because there's a few other fundamental problems we have going on. So from the last stream, I was using this as kind of my little explanation. Actually, this helped a lot. So currently, I have checkpoints set to every 5 bubbles. So every 5th bubble you'd pop, then you'd go up to the next checkpoint, right? So the bubbles are 0 indexed, 0 based. So the first bubble is bubble ID 0, and next bubble is 1, right? So the idea is that as you pop 0, you move to, you know, then you pop 1, then you pop 2, then you pop 3. As soon as you pop 4, then you would go up to a new checkpoint, right? So if you mess up, so if you're supposed to pop 4, but you mess up, you start all the way back at 0 again, right? I mean, that's pretty simple as far as understanding checkpoints go, I think, right? So then if you pop 4, you go up to 5. So then if you mess up, you're safe. You go back to checkpoint 5. The thing that's slightly tricky is that as you pop each bubble, a new bubble would appear, right? So right out of the gate, 5 bubbles are drawn on screen. So the whole first checkpoint is drawn on screen. And once you pop 0, then bubble 5 will appear. And then you have to pop, you know, you don't pop that, you can't just pop this one, you have to pop them in order, right? So you'll be popping these bubbles always in this numeric order. So you can't get to the next checkpoint, right? Until, if you're supposed to pop 1 and you pop 5, you have to start back over at 0, right? So after you pop 0, bubble 5 will appear. So there'll always be 5 bubbles on screen, right? So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on screen. So once you pop 1, then bubble 6 will appear, right? But as long as so part of what the stream yesterday was trying to fix was making sure that none of these bubbles would overlap each other when they get generated. And that was kind of actually a little trickier than it seemed to figure out. So then you're always seeing these 5 bubbles on screen up until like bubble 8. So when you're trying to pop bubble 4, you're about to get to the checkpoint. You'll be seeing bubble 8 on screen. But as soon as you pop 4, you go to 5, and then bubble 9 will never be on screen with any of these other bubbles. So bubble 9 only has to make sure that it's when I'm generating the bubble positions and sizes and everything, bubble 9 only has to make sure that it doesn't have an overlap with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but then up till 13, I guess, too. If that makes sense. So that was, I mean, that was confusing to explain a little bit and confusing to figure out, but everything should be working now. We shouldn't ever have any sort of overlaps generated between the bubbles. It should just all work like magic. Now, the problem is right now is the checkpoints are not, as far as the game, as far as our marathon game logic class here, we're not keeping track of checkpoints at all. So if you crash right now, you go back to 0. But even in not all cases do you go back to 0. So I need to fix a few things here on how that works. But I'm going to take that first bathroom break. Man, 20 minutes, just 20 minutes in before the first bathroom break. Not too bad. All right, so I will BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I'm back from the bathroom, and yes, I did wash my hands. All right, so where were we? Well, I was explaining the marathon right now does not even keep track of checkpoints from the standpoint of, yeah, it doesn't keep track of checkpoints when you crash or whatever. And in fact, it's not even properly, I just realized it's not even properly listening to all the crashing events. So I have an event called cursor drag stopped. And that event is when you pop the wrong bubble. That'll happen when you pop the wrong bubble or crash into the wall. If you're dragging, you hit the wall. That will do that. It's called cursor drag stopped. It should probably be called something else now, like just player crashed or whatever. But leaving it as cursor drag stopped for the time being. Maybe we'll go back and clean that up later. But what we want is for, actually, so in this else code here, I am going to, well, we need to make our marathon class aware of the cursor drag stopped. So I'm going to add another event listener. Event, cursor drag stopped. You may ask why couldn't I just copy and paste that? Well, I like to do things the hard way. All right, so now, actually, I don't know why, just whatever. I like the sound of my keyboard. All right, so now we have an official event with a listener that doesn't do anything currently, a listener function. So what we want to do is actually just set this stuff here into that listener. I think would be the most appropriate. Whoops. Now, so that way, just to kind of minimize code, here we're doing an emit. So here we're doing event emitter.emit. So in this case, like in this scenario here, it will emit a cursor drag stop, and it will listen to the cursor drag stop and run this code. And I can just kind of prevent code from duplication, running duplicately or whatever. Now, the one thing we need to keep track of, like we're keeping track of target bubble ID. The other thing we're going to need to track of is this dot checkpoint ID. We'll call that cur checkpoint ID. So the current checkpoint ID. So what checkpoint is the player on, right? So that will need to get up, you know, so the way I'm keeping track of checkpoints, there really actually isn't like a checkpoint or something, object or something like that. It's just a list. This array of bubbles is all the bubbles. Right now I'm currently defining 40 as the bubble limit, and checkpoints as being every 5th bubble. Don't worry about that bubble interval thing there, but this is my config JavaScript file here where I'm just storing all these fancy number values and everything. So right now all 40 bubbles get generated, and they get stored in this array, right? And then the only other thing we have is the checkpoint interval number of 5. So that's the only way we're determining what a checkpoint is or anything. There's no like array of checkpoints or keeping track of checkpoints and that sort of thing. So I've determined that I'm going to refer to the checkpoints. Actually, I'll add a little. So this would be checkpoint 0. This would be checkpoint 1. This would be checkpoint 2 and 3, right? So we can do, so there's a little equation I'll use for calculating what checkpoint the player's currently on. So I'm doing, so we know what the current ID will be. And then, well, okay, so let me just step through this to make sure I am understanding clearly. So, so what we want so at this point here, we pop a bubble. Let's just start with that. We set up the next bubble. That's fine. Then we increment our bubble ID. The reason why I have that before is because I want the target bubble ID, and I don't want to do like a +1 and then a -1 to go back. So whatever. So this happens first. Not that important. So we start and we initialize the entity, the new next bubble entity. Then we increment our target bubble ID. But what I think we want to do is we want to figure out the checkpoint. Because if we pop, okay, so let's see what this is. Let's see what this will look like here. So if we're on, okay, so our target, let's just say we popped a bubble, right? We're at this point in our code. So our target bubble ID is 4. And we said when you pop 4 and you go to, then your next target would be 5, then you're on the next checkpoint. That's considered being on the next checkpoint. We haven't defined that in code at all yet. That's what we're doing right now, but in my head, that's what I have defined would be the thing. So when you pop, not when you pop 5, then you don't pop 5 and then go to the checkpoint. You pop 4 and then you're on this checkpoint, right? So at this point in the code, our target bubble ID would be 4, right? And let's say this dot target bubble ID is 4 and the ID of the bubble we just popped is 4, right? So we hit if this is true, so we're good. We go in, we step into this line of code, into this block of code. We set up the next bubble, great, which would be bubble 5, or we initialize the next bubble. Then, wait a minute. plus 5. This dot target bubble ID 4 plus 5. Actually, that's not right. Okay, quick little thing. I'm trying to figure out why I did that. I might have did that very temporarily and not gone back to fix it. So let's... Oh, okay. No, actually, that is right. That is right. So, yes, because as we... Right. As we... I'll just double check right now to make sure. So this dot target bubble ID, if we pop 3, then bubble 8 should appear then, because we're going to 4 now. Because there should always be 5 bubbles on screen. Yes, so it's like a little stride length to say pop the, or now show the bubble that's, that far ahead. Okay, that is correct. Now, back to what we were saying before. So we need, every time we pop a bubble, we should just do a little check to see, okay, are we on the next? We should update our checkpoint, okay? And we'll do that before we increment our target bubble ID here. Because once you are... Oh, no, actually, we can increment the target bubble ID, right? Because once we pop 4, we're considered on checkpoint 1. So we pop bubble 4, bubble 5 becomes the target bubble ID, and we are now on checkpoint 1. So our new target bubble ID is 5. We're on checkpoint 1 there. So I have this little fancy equation for calculating that, which honestly could probably be, whoops, this dot cur checkpoint ID is going to equal our target bubble ID, and we want to do this dot target bubble ID and then modulo. So that will, so we'll take target bubble ID mod the checkpoint interval, right? So that's 5. And then we want to divide by the checkpoint interval. So that's our little equation to calculate our checkpoint. And this mod should be before divide. Well, whatever. We'll throw it in parentheses just to be safe. It's a readable thing anyway, too. Okay, so what are we doing here exactly? This dot target bubble ID, we're doing the modulo. So we're finding the remainder. If you divide this by this, what is the remainder? So that's what our mod operator is giving us, right? So if we're on 5, we divide, actually, I might have missed a step in this. So if we divide 5, yeah, there's a problem here. I missed a step. So what we want to do is we want to divide our target bubble ID, our new target bubble ID, right? We're going to find the remainder between that and our checkpoint interval, which is 5 in this example here. Maybe we'll make it 3 at some point, but I want all this math to just work, and all I have to do is just change this one little 5 to a 3 or something, or whatever, maybe a 6, I don't know. And then that will just, all the math will just work. So we're finding the remainder of our target bubble ID divided by our checkpoint interval, right? So if you divide 5 by 5, there'd be a remainder of 0. But if we divide 0 by 5, that would be 0, so that's bad. So what we need to do is divide, okay, so for example, if our target bubble is 6, let's just use that as an example. Divide 6 by 5, and then get the remainder. What would be the remainder? Which would be 1, right? Because 6 would go into 5, but there'd be 1 left over. So what we need to do is then do 1 Oh, yeah. So then we need to do this number, the target bubble ID, minus this, the mod, minus that remainder, right? And then we divide that number. So we need to do this dot target bubble ID minus the remainder of that division, then divided by our interval, checkpoint interval. So that would be, in the case of 6, if our target bubble ID is 6, we do 6 minus the remainder of 6 divided by 5, which would be 1. So we do 6 minus 1 gives us 5. And then we divide 5 by the checkpoint interval, which is 5 in this case, which would give us 1, right? So if we're up on, if our target bubble is 13, we would do 13 minus the remainder of 13 divided by 5, which would be 3, right? 13 would divide into 5 perfectly here over this 10, but then there'd be 3 left over, right? So we'd have 3. We'd have 13 minus 3, and that would give us 10, right? 13 minus 3, 1, 2, 3 would give us 10. And then we do 10 divided by our checkpoint interval 5, which would give us 2. So I probably explained that really poorly, maybe. But yeah, I'm trying not to like take 30 minutes to explain this either, because I kind of want to keep moving. But I hope that's clear. It's just a lot of, I don't really like typically having these kind of longer math things all in one, but I'm trying to make things just work fast and everything, and this kind of makes the most sense. So that will give us our current checkpoint ID every time. And there might, basically we're calculating this on every bubble pop, which we could probably figure out a better way to, yeah, actually we could only we could figure out a way to conditionally calculate this, like only update it if we know that we're on the next, yeah, actually that might be better. Let's just throw an if here. So this will be update current checkpoint ID if the current checkpoint changed. So that would be if, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do this right now. I'm going to make a to do. Have the checkpoint first check if the current checkpoint ID changed. And I should remember what I'm talking about with this and be able to go back and do that. So basically, there's one little extra thing we could do to check that rather than doing this whole calculation every time, which, you know, most of the time won't actually update. In our case, only needs to update 1 in 5 times. 1 in 5 bubble pops. So anyway, this will set our current checkpoint ID. Just it'll check and update it every bubble pop and see. Then, so that's good. So now we know, okay, current checkpoint ID, awesome. In our progress meter, this is automatically updating to the next target bubble. That is also good. We don't need to do anything there. So this, our bubble popped event listener should be fine. The slightly more, actually, there's another step. If the last bubble, that's a little note to say. what happens when you pop the last bubble in the whole thing, then you have to like win somehow, right? So there has to be some sort of win condition, whatever. So I'll have that. But we also need to handle destruct previous checkpoint. Oh, you know what? Actually, I am going to need... That's going to kind of be part of this. So I am going to need to do that little if statement. Check if if we get to a checkpoint, then we can destroy the previous checkpoint, all those bubbles, because we don't want them. Basically, once you hit a checkpoint, you're never going back, right? That would be the idea of a checkpoint, right? You can't go back. So after we pop bubble 4, we go to checkpoint 1, and now bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, never going to need them again. So we should destructure them so they're not listening and checking for collisions with the mouse cursor and everything. We don't want that anymore. So those would all go away, and we'd only be forward at this point. So every time you go to a new checkpoint, destruct the old bubbles. So let's actually do that now. So we need to basically all that we need to do to check is if we pop a bubble and then next, so our new target bubble ID, if this dot target bubble ID mod config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. Okay, so if that would equal, let me actually do an equals 0 here. Okay, just to be more clear. Okay, so this is if this would be, so if our new target bubble ID, we can just do a check by saying if the remainder of our target bubble ID over our divided by our checkpoint interval is 0, that would mean we've hit a new, then that would be our target bubble is 5. So the remainder of 5 divided by 5 is 0. We're good. Remainder of 10 divided by 5 is 0. So we're good. Then, all of these other ones would return something greater than 1 or greater than 0 because there'd be some sort of remainder. So that's a nice little check to see if actually let's throw that in a variable then too, so we can just say const mod we'll just call it checkpoint remainder. It's not super descriptive, but we'll calculate that once here. And then we will put that in our if statement, because then we'll use it down here as well. So we'll calculate this variable. If it's 0, so this will be if the checkpoint changed. If player hit a checkpoint, I should say. Then now we've variabilized this one thing, so we don't need to do target bubble ID mod this anymore. So then here we just check if the checkpoint changed, which basically, if there's a remainder from the target bubble ID divided by checkpoint interval, it'll be 0. So that would tell us if we hit a new checkpoint, if the player hit a checkpoint, and then this would calculate exactly which checkpoint. So that's good, what checkpoint we're on. So now also we want to destruct previous checkpoint. So we might actually do that here. So we can do we might want, I'm kind of adding actual extra complexity maybe. Because one thing we could do is just get rid of these. So instead of checkpoint 0, 1, 2, 3, we could just make maybe the checkpoint be 0, 5, 10, 15. So the checkpoint just corresponds directly with the bubble or the checkpoint, the bubble ID. But because then we're doing all this math to like kind of convert between these. I've already started it, so I'll just keep going with that. And I use that kind of scheme in the Marathon Creator here too, where we're kind of doing some extra checks with the wherever that is. Oh, up here. Yeah. Kind of calculating a checkpoint interval out and whatever. So we have our previous checkpoint, but we want to get all the bubble IDs of the previous checkpoint. Now I'm kind of thinking like, should I be like keeping track of the checkpoints somehow separately? I should say not checkpoint, but I should say destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint. Actually, I think this will be fine. Oops. Okay, so because we'll probably have a 4. And I'll calculate out what the first bubble that should get destroyed is, and then up till the last bubble. So actually, we could probably just do 4, let I equal, and then I is less than something, I plus equals 1. This probably will be the best way, and then it will be this dot bubbles dot destruct. Oh, this dot bubbles I dot destruct. Okay, so we've destroyed each of those bubbles. So I will need to start at, I guess we will backwards first bubble. Yeah, let's just do first bubble to destroy. Const first bubble to destruct, or destruct, I said destroy, is going to equal the previous checkpoint. Wait. Previous checkpoint ID times 5. That's easy. Times the checkpoint interval. So our previous checkpoint is 0. So 0 times 5 is 0. Previous checkpoint, if our previous checkpoint was 1, then it would be 5 times 1 is 5. So we're reverse going back to the bubble. So yeah, basically the checkpoint ID times the checkpoint interval. That will be our first bubble. First bubble to destruct is config.checkpoint-interval config.marathon.checkpoint-interval times this.cur checkpoint ID. So we haven't set we haven't calculated we know we've went up to a new checkpoint. we're supposed to go up to a new checkpoint, but we haven't calculated the new checkpoint ID yet. So cur checkpoint at this point in time is actually now our previous checkpoint, right? All right, so that gives us first bubble to destruct, and then we'd have I'm on the right keys here, const last bubble to destruct. And when I say bubble, I actually just mean the ID of the bubble. I might actually not even have these variables. So yeah, the ID of the bubble, not the bubble class, or not the bubble object itself, but just its ID in the bubble, this dot bubbles array, the marathon's bubbles array here. So config dot marathon, or what? Sorry. I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing here. So first bubble to destruct is, the last bubble to destruct is simply going to be the first bubble to destruct plus the checkpoint interval. Yes. So first bubble to destruct plus checkpoint interval. So that would be the first. So if we're advancing to checkpoint 1, we need to destroy. If we're advancing to checkpoint 1 here, we just pop bubble 4. Fantastic. We're going up to bubble 5 is going to be next, and we're on checkpoint 1 now. So this whole checkpoint needs to go away. We're destroying all of these bubbles. So the first bubble to destruct is going to be config.marathon.checkpointinterval times current checkpoint interval, which at this point in the code would still be 0. So 0 times, or 5 times 0 is going to be 0. So that's our first bubble to destruct. Now, our last bubble to destruct, because I'm setting up my for loop to say loop from this one to this one, or start at this one and then loop up to this one. So last bubble to destruct is going to be 4, right? So to get that, we need to just do 0 plus 5, 0 plus our checkpoint interval, right? So our first bubble to destruct plus the checkpoint interval. And then our loop will say, while we're less than 5, right? And then that'll just scale on up to whatever checkpoint we're on. So let I equal first bubble to destruct. And while I is less than last bubble, it shouldn't be last bubble to destruct now. Hey, why do we have... Oh, I did a comma there. Okay, so for let I equals first bubble to destruct, I is less than... Actually, well, let's just do this. Because I don't want to be confusing, because we're not actually destroying what I was calling the last bubble to destruct. We're destroying everything less than that bubble ID, right? So yeah, we can keep it like that. First bubble ID. And we'll call, yes, we will use that in a couple places. It's kind of a long variable name, but it's clear. Destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint. That should cover us there. So then we are fine to update to our next checkpoint, or calculate our new current checkpoint ID. And this line here, setting the target color of the progress meter, is already good. Some of this stuff will change anyway, exactly what's going on here. So now the thing is, we have to revert back to the correct checkpoint now when we have a cursor drag stopped. So that's going to be our next step. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back. All right, so we're back now. And yeah, so now we need to just make sure we're reverting back to the correct checkpoint now when we crash. Or I should say, reverting back to the correct bubble. Let's see here. Yeah, so what I was doing here by default was just reverting back to bubble 0, which is not good. We want to revert back to the first bubble of our current checkpoint, right? So you can never go back. So whenever we crash, you can't go back to a different checkpoint. You're just going to always revert back to whatever the first bubble of that checkpoint is. So we can just calculate the same thing we're using to calculate our first bubble ID to destruct is just going to be our checkpoint interval times current checkpoint ID. So all we need to do is calculate that. And then we also update the color. So I think that's it. I think that's everything. So we will currently have nice working gameplay with checkpoints. So like if we crash, we go back. Let's see. Okay, we should be on the next checkpoint now. Nice. So it should be working. Now let's have, okay, now I'm printing something in the console here, I think from the progress meter. I don't want that anymore. Marathon. Okay, so let's just print in the console whenever we hit a new checkpoint. So we'll just make this a little CLG. Oh, actually, let's just make it down here. So your CLG, you hit checkpoint, wrong type of string, you hit checkpoint, dollar that this dot cur checkpoint ID. So marathon practice. Oh, gotta love random bubble colors there. So now you hit checkpoint 1. So if we screw up, we're good. So if we just pop 1, 2, so the bubbles of the next checkpoint are already appearing, right? 3, 4. Okay, so I popped 4. So now, oh, I should have said it like this. Okay, so 0, we popped 0, popped 1. Pop 2, pop 3. So now if we release, we go all the way back to, and we should have 9 bubbles on screen now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is the most we can have on screen. So the most bubbles we can have on screen. Otherwise, we have to start over. So like the farther you make it down in the checkpoint, the worse. So now we hit a checkpoint. So now if we screw up, we're good. We're back to just that checkpoint. And we can't. So let's try going up to Okay, so that's good. Uh-oh. I assume we have that same problem there where we're setting the wrong color. Oops. Oops. I need to fix these circles at some point. All right, this is, I hit checkpoint 3. What happened there? Let's see. I think I might have ended the round. That might have been the problem. Some of these colors are too close. Whoops. Okay, so there we hit the top. So something happened, and I think we had some overlap, which was a problem. All right, so this, I mean, this is, that's fine. This is feeling pretty good. Wait a minute, we had some overlap there that, I don't know if that should have happened. Oh, unless we went to a checkpoint. Hit the wrong one, so we go back. Hit checkpoint 1, so we're good. Go back. Oh, okay, so we've got a problem there where we're probably doing the same, we have kind of the same issue. In fact, no, I know that's the issue. What we were talking about before, where this cursor drag stopped, so this listener is firing before the bubble colors get set back to you know what? We just need to do, oh, what we can do to fix that would just be a ... like fill out this one, but set alpha to 1. But A equals 1. Did I hit 2? Okay, so that would ensure that no matter what the alpha is, we're just going to take the RGB colors without the alpha of that target bubble. And then we will use, well, so we'll set our alpha to 1, because at that point in time, the alpha would probably be 0. So we're setting our progress meters bubble to something that has an alpha of 0, so it's transparent. But here we will actually have 1. Uncaught error color. Marathon progress meter JS10. Copy color dot copy is. Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. Oh. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong here. Okay. So this just needs to be, yeah, I just kind of forgot how I had set up some of this stuff. Okay, so we're passing in the full-blown color object of the current, of that bubble, that target bubble. And then we're setting it. We're calling this set method in the progress meter. So in here, copy will return just an object that has RGBA values. So we need to just do this. And then a equals 1. So basically this is saying create a new object. We're creating a new object here that's taking all the values. Oh, I set it to 2 again. So we're creating a new object here that's going to have all the values of color.copy here, which will be RGBA. But then having a specifying A here will override the A that comes from this object spread here. Or destructuring. Oh, it's called spread, right? Object spread. Yeah. Destructuring is different. So this object spread here will spread the RGB out from the color of our target bubble. But then our A will be set to 1 always. And then we will set our target bubble color to that new thing. So that should be exactly what we're looking for. So if we go up to the next, we've gone up to the next checkpoint. We reset, resets back to brown. Yeah, exactly as we were planning here. Okay, so if how many bubbles do we have in here again? What did I do? Hit the... Ooh, what's going on here? All right, we've got some overlap that's not correct. Or that shouldn't be there. All right, we're on checkpoint 6. Oof, okay. How many checkpoints are we going to have? We have 40 bubbles. Was that 8? That would be 8 checkpoints then, right? Checkpoint, it would go up to checkpoint 7. 7 would be the 8th. Okay, so we've got some overlap that is incorrect. So we need to figure out why we're getting that overlap. So I think I'm going to need to print. So if I hit something wrong, just keep playing and see if actually. Let's do this. So just to kind of test that gameplay scenario here, every time we pop a bubble, every time we do cursor drag stopped, let's CLG this dot bubbles. Okay, so we're just going to print the bubbles array to the console. And maybe I can just change this to like 20 bubbles total. So we'd have, what, 4 rounds now? And maybe we could still... Okay. Cool. Now, I wasn't paying attention super well when I was hitting those errors before. Okay, we did break something here. Marathon 36 cannot read property init of undefined. That might have been our last bubble, I guess. So let's also, so we've got another little error here. Let's print that. I think that would be. So probably once we pop the last bubble, let's just do CLG this dot target bubble ID. So that might just be a simple, like I haven't set it up to handle the last bubble thing yet. So if we do, there we've got some overlap. Something is overlapped here. That shouldn't happen. Okay, so we've got a brown bubble that should be brown. That is nowhere to be found in here. So some other bubble here is drawing over the top. So, okay, so we've got, let's see. So that would be the, what, we pop this one, 2, and that would be bubble, so that was 0, 2, and then 3. Bubble 3 is being covered by, what do we, how many do we have here? 1, 2. So we've got a third one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 total. So that would mean 7 total bubbles on screen. So that would have mean we would have popped. Oh, right, but one of them is hidden. So we would have popped 3. Now we're kind of having to debug. Debug some nasty issues here. So let's just make that bigger here. All right, so now we can look at all our bubbles that got generated, marathon bubbles. And we can see, so we've got 0, 1, and 2. 2 is being hidden because I can see this is 0, this is 2, and we have a brown one here that just doesn't exist. So brown is number 2, which is the third bubble. So the position 590 by 707, or 590 by 469. 590 by 469. So we're like right in the middle here. Ish. So it's under this pink bubble. So that's our problem. So the problem has to be with our generation here. Okay, so that's a magenta bubble. So that would be bubble 1, 2. So it has to be either, this has to be either bubble 5, 6, or 7, right? Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there should be an 8th one there. We have technically 8 bubbles on screen right now. The one is hidden underneath the magenta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so we're up to here. So it's either bubble 5, 6, or 7. That is this magenta one. So we should be able to figure that out just by seeing. I'm pretty sure 2 of them were green too, so that'll make it easier. So bubble 5, that's low red, high green, so that's probably more green. Bubble 6, low red. Bubble 7, $181, $201, $199. Where is that magenta? It's not the first. It could be 3 or 4, I guess. No, it can't be. It's got to be 7. 1.8, but that wouldn't be magenta. RGB 181.201. RGBA. Oh, you know what? It's this bubble. It's bubble 8. Somehow bubble 8 is showing. Okay, so I don't think we have a problem with our collision code here. Let's see what we've got here. Is that it? 162, 87, 88. Hang on, I'll be back in a second here. All right, I'm back. So let's see here. All right, hang on, just sending messages here. Okay. So I'm a little confused as to where this magenta bubble is coming from. Let me look at this. Sorry, we're deep in debug mode here. No, that's really red. Okay. All right, give me a second here. All right, so we don't know exactly. We've got an issue with overlap where we're trying to hit this brown colored circle, which I've determined is actually underneath this magenta circle. So I don't know how that shouldn't be possible, according to what I thought I was doing, right? So I'm trying to find this magenta circle, actually, to figure out exactly where it's coming from. But I haven't actually been able to find it, because there does not appear to be anything. Magenta would be kind of high in red and a little bit in blue, but low in green. And the only color that seems close is this bubble 8, which shouldn't have ever drawn at all yet on the screen, or shouldn't have been activated at all. Oh, you know what? I can just... Wait a minute here. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, so that's the other cool thing, is I can just see... Okay, so we're only drawing the first six bubbles. 138, 84, 111, 196, 146, 176. Yeah, that's these two. Okay, that's the nice thing here, is I can see which bubbles are actually active drawing on screen right now, which should only be up through... I had only popped... Yeah, so where is that magenta bubble coming from? Because I've only popped the first two bubbles, and then we had an issue. So that means this magenta bubble either has to be 6, 5, or 6. Red, 89. That first one is very green. 6 is also green. So where is this magenta bubble coming from? But actually, let me make sure that there's not some sort of problem with 15, 20, 89, 216. Wow. This is very strange. Because bubble 7, we can see, does not have... All right. Hit checkpoint 3. That should be our Marathon JS 36. Oh, right at this point, our target bubble would be out of range. Let me just make sure this works. That's what I was originally testing here. Something weird might have happened there. Did I pop the wrong one? Ooh. Okay, we've also got another weird issue here. And you can kind of see I think you can kind of see some sort of art. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. That's just some of them the outlines look a little weird. All right, so this has to be our next bubble, but how come? Oops. It can't be this one. Is it? All right, let's see what's going on here. So right before pop 3, so we pop one more, we'll go to the checkpoint, hit checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, hit checkpoint 3, and then we hit 15. Cannot hit read property init. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so we're crashing because we're trying to initialize a bubble that doesn't exist yet, or doesn't exist at all. Because we only specified that we'd hit 20 bubbles. So when we pop bubble, when we're popping bubble 15, right? Or we pop bubble, no, well, yeah, if we're popping bubble 15, you can imagine if this kept going up to 20, then it's trying to show bubble 20. So we always keep 5 bubbles on the screen. But bubble 20 doesn't exist because there's only 20 total bubbles. The first bubble is 0, so that means the last bubble is 19. So that makes sense. We haven't set up a win situation yet. Which I don't know if I want to do exactly quite yet. So let's just make sure. Okay, so let's make sure we're destroying the right bubbles for one, just to make sure. So only once we go up to the next checkpoint. Destructive bubble 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just make sure this is correct. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's all fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Need it up to the next checkpoint. Okay, that's good. And we do have an overlap there. I think that is fine. Because what, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, is that how many bubbles we can have on screen at once? Yeah. Actually, that might be a little bit of a problem there. Actually, never mind, because we're hitting this scenario here where we're crashing, so I need to fix that first. So I didn't know exactly how I wanted the win state to happen yet, so I wasn't sure if that was something I fully wanted to do yet. Let's see here, because I might not be doing everything properly that I wanted to. This dot target bubble ID. So we're reverting back to our target bubble ID. Let's just print whenever we screw up. Let's just print our target bubble ID 0. So now we go back to 5. We screwed up. Went back to 5. Went back to 5. Checkpoint 2. Go back to 10. Oh. Now wait a minute. Where did this bubble come from? All right, I'm gonna have to hit the bathroom again. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So we're kind of dealing with a weird issue right now, and it might just be pretty simple. We're having a little overlap issues here that I think may actually be a problem. Might actually be a problem with the... So I'm trying to figure out if it's an issue with the game code, the game logic code, like what bubbles we're showing here as we play, or if it's an issue with or if it's an issue with the generation, the code that's actually generating the bubble positions. So I'm not... One thing I want to check. Hey. Those should be gone. Let me... Oh, okay, the event listeners stay, but... All right, that should be fine then. So in this case here, we are on... Well, okay, I should be able to analyze this out here. So as of the current state of the game, wow. Oh, there we've got another issue. We hit checkpoint 3, but went back even further. Okay, so now we've got some extra issues that are just going on. So, okay, so I'm starting to trust that my code for generating the bubble positions is fine. It's just obvious. Obviously, now we've got way too many bubbles on screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's not even possible, or shouldn't be possible. The most bubbles we could have on screen would be 9, because it would be, if you pop bubble, so for a given checkpoint, if you pop bubble 3, your target bubble now becomes bubble 4, and you're always going to see 5 bubbles on screen at least. So that would mean you'd see bubble 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if you messed up, then bubbles 3, 2, 1, 0 would appear. So this should actually be better than I anticipated, because I don't really want to dig back into that code of generating the bubble positions. That wouldn't be a ton of fun. So okay, so the problem is we're either not destructing all the right bubbles, which I believe we are. Like if we look in here, these look like they were destructing properly. 10, 11. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. That's the bubble you hit, you pop. Let's just try some really basic printing of what's going on in the game here. So let's just say popped console log. We should be able to kind of follow these gameplay events here a little more. So popped, pooped, popped bubble, this dot target bubble ID, and then that should be all we need. Popped. Or let's say, okay, let's say popped that target bubble, initted bubble this. So every time we pop a bubble, we'll also print, we'll print the bubble we just popped, and we'll print the next bubble that's getting initted, which would be that bubble plus the stride, right? So I obviously kind of know what that will be, but just to make sure that we're getting that properly. Right, because if you pop bubble 0, if you pop bubble 0, you should show bubble 5. Right, and that should be like fundamentally working. Okay. There's a little bit of problem now with, there we go. Right, so now if we pop this one, we'll get another one. Boom, we go back. So that and then instead of all this destruct, let's just say destructed bubbles, first bubble to destruct through this -1, right? So we should say now print pop 2, initted 7, pop 3, initted 8, popped 4, then it should say destructed bubbles 0 through 4. All right, so, and let's also just include okay, so we can actually move that down there, and we can say hit checkpoint this. Okay. So we hit this, pop bubble 0, knitted bubble 5, dun, 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 dun. Hit checkpoint 1, destructed bubbles. Pop bubble 4, knitted bubble 9, hit checkpoint 1. Man, it's like when I'm like really watching closely, everything works perfectly. There we went to the next checkpoint. So now if I crash, we go back to 10. Oh, that's a problem there. Okay. So we didn't actually... hit checkpoint 3, destructive bubbles 10 through 14, but we just went back. Because now... let's try that again here. Let's just refresh here. Okay, so let's pop. Oh, I think I kind of have an idea here of what might be going on. Okay, so let's start over from the beginning. So pop to, whoops. So our next one will be the next checkpoint. This bubble. Okay, so we went to the next checkpoint, but if we hit the wrong one, it still worked. Okay, that was wrong. All right, let me step through this again. All right, so if I do, we're about to go to the next checkpoint. We go to the next checkpoint, but then if I crash, it's correct. About to go to the next checkpoint. Go to the next checkpoint, but then we crash. Everything's fine. Yep, this one's the next. Okay, there, there. Okay, there, there, there. Now we're going to the next checkpoint. We hit the next checkpoint, but if we crash, man, it works when I'm watching it, and then it really seems like it fails. Go to the next checkpoint. For one, let's actually stop printing this. Okay, let's just say instead of cursor drag stopped, target bubble was this dot target bubble ID. Oops. Target bubble now is this. Okay. Okay, so now we won't be printing that annoying array of all the bubbles. Okay. So let's do a marathon practice. Okay. That's the initial one is fine. Pop bubble 0, knit bubble 5. So if we crash, let's hit the wrong one. Let's just hit the wall. Cursor drag stop. Target bubble was 4. Target bubble was 4. Now it's 0. You hit a checkpoint. Okay. I think every time we hit oh, that last time something else happened. So when we pop 15, that's when we then go up to, we pop 10, that's when we then show 15, right? Let's just fix this little error that we get when we get up too high. So now that just needs to be in the init part. Okay, so we init. So we just need to do a little if this dot. Let's do const next bubble id to init equals this, and we'll do a little if next bubble to init is greater than or equal to this dot bubbles dot length. Oh, wait, is less than. This way we won't initialize. Okay, so that would be popped. So we would console log popped bubble this. And then say no more bubbles to init. Awesome. All right, so so if we play all the way up to the top, nice. Now hit checkpoint 4, destructed bubbles 15 through 19, good. Cursor drag stopped, target bubble was 20, target bubble now is 20. And then So we have another error now, but basically it would say if target bubble is equals, let's see. Yeah, we could have our win scenario here. Yeah, let's just leave it for now. I don't want to build out a whole win scenario thing. Then to just end up with wanting to change it right now. Because right now I just want to try to keep track of everything. Oh, okay. Okay. There we have an issue. I had just hit checkpoint 3, so it should have destructed bubbles 10 through 14. Okay, but so we went to checkpoint 3, and then we crashed. So target bubble was 15, and target bubble is now 15. So we're still trying to get target bubble 15 after going to checkpoint 3. Okay. So somehow this blue bubble is not right. Hit checkpoint 3. See if this blue one ever comes up. I think this blue one is too old. Yeah, so now we just got some big issues there. Okay. Did I pop the wrong one there? 2 needed 7. Cursor drag stop. Target bubble was 3. Target bubble was 3. It's now 0. Hit 0. 1. That must be this one. There, I hit 3. There we've got a big problem. Cursor drag stopped. Target bubble was okay. So now I think we're getting somewhere a little further here. Because obviously I remember popping some of these bubbles earlier, like way back. So somehow these bubbles reappeared, and they should have been destroyed. Yeah, because at this point I hit checkpoint 2, so there should only be, I only popped 2 bubbles, then crashed. So only 2 bubbles should have reappeared. So somehow destructed bubbles 5 through 9. Somehow those came back. All right, hang on. I'll be back in a second here. All right, actually, I'm back, but I'm actually going to leave again. Just taking a quick little lunch snack break. So I'll add that to my little thing here. There we go. All right, I'll be back in a bit. All right, I am back. Quick little lunch break there. Thanks for waiting. Okay, so I think we've finally unlocked a little hint here about a problem we're having. So in this case here, we hit a cursor drag stopped, and some older bubbles reappeared from a previous checkpoint that should not have appeared. Those bubbles should have been destructed. But it looks like they weren't, because when the cursor drag stops, it fires in a bubble. It flips a flag to come back online, or to be visible again. So actually, I should just throw in the cursor drag stopped of a bubble. CLG cursor drag stopped handled by bubble. I did the wrong type of string again. $this.id. Oops. Each bubble should have an ID property here. Okay. So now, just to even be more certain, that's correct. So let's just play. What? And I win. Okay. All right, so that didn't help us. Go to the next round, hit a bubble, hit the wrong one. That's correct. Hit checkpoint 2. Don't know why 2 of those got fired. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think I might have just realized what's happening. Okay. Okay. So here's what I believe might be happening. So when I pop the first bubble, we call init. So I pop bubble 0. Let's do a better looking round here with. Okay. So we pop bubble 0, bubble 5 gets initted. But then if I screw up right after that, I have to pop bubble 0 again. So when I pop bubble 0 again, 5 gets initted again, which is bad because all those event handlers get registered twice. So I have a, okay, so in other words, we init, okay, so let's run that through the scenario then. We start a level fresh. We see these bubbles. We pop 0, so 5 gets initted. Then let's screw up again, so we have to pop 0 again. So 5 gets initted a second time. And let's keep track of what bubble 5 looks like. And then we'll continue to play the level all the way through up until we get to checkpoint 2. Then, without any mistakes, then we will release, then we will crash once we hit checkpoint 2. And then this bubble 5 should still appear. So let's try that. So bubble 5 is this big pink one. Perfect. That's a nice one. So now we mess up. So now we hit bubble 0 again. Boom. Bubble 5 has been initted twice now. And then now let's just continue to play until we hit checkpoint 2. So, okay, we just hit checkpoint 1. So that's bubble 5. Remember bubble 5, that big pink one right there. That was right here. So then we're getting close to checkpoint 2. We hit checkpoint 2. Now let's screw up. Boom. Bubble 5 comes back, the big pink one. So that's the problem, is things are getting initted twice. So this is actually great, because this is not that complicated of a solution, I don't think. Well, I have an idea here. Maybe maybe we modify the entity class. Maybe we add like a property, this dot init equals false. This dot initted, or it would be initialized equals false. And then when we call init, this dot initialized would be equal to true. Whoops. We would say if this dot initialized. If we're not initialized, then this dot initialized would equal true, and we would run our setup event listeners. So this way we could potentially prevent. Okay, so if we're not initialized, then we set initialize to true. We set up our event listeners. And then when we destruct, we kind of just do the same thing. If this dot initialized then this dot initialized, oops, equal to false, and then remove our event listeners. So at the time when I set this up, I never really thought about, I kind of thought about like when you initialize something, well, yeah, maybe I shouldn't play around with the entity right now, because now I'm adding code. I may at some point want to change this. Like maybe I should just add this to the marathon bubble. Yeah, let's just add it to the marathon bubble. Well, no, actually this is a good check. So when we construct our entity, it's initialized to false. When we call init, it becomes initialized. If we're not initialized, which we wouldn't be because when we constructed it, we set initialized to true. So fantastic. So what that would, so once we call init and initialize is true, we call init again, it won't do anything. It won't re-register the event listeners, which is good. We don't want that. So then when we destruct, we can only destruct if initialize is true. So if we're already initialized, then we can destruct and we set initialize to false. So we can only destruct if we're initialized. Then we set initialize to false, so then we couldn't destruct again. It wouldn't let us destruct twice. Yes. So that is what we want. So now let's set up the same exact thing again. So we're going to make note of which bubble is 5. So that would be the first bubble that appears. So that's this little pink one down here. So then we're going to mess up, release the mouse, start again, which would call init again, but won't re-register the event listeners now. Now we're going to make it to checkpoint 2, and then we'll mess up, and now that bubble should not appear. So then hit checkpoint 1. That was bubble 5. Hit checkpoint 2. Now we mess up. Oh, I need to refresh first. Okay, so then we still experience the issue that magenta 1 came back. Okay, so now we're taking note of what bubble is 5. This reddish brown one here. So let's mess up, start over again. We tried to initialize bubble 5 again. Okay, we hit checkpoint 1. Or we're already on checkpoint 1. We need to go to checkpoint 2 now. Okay, we're on checkpoint 2. We mess up. Oh, we still have the problem. Now, so let's checkpoint 2. So that's good. Now wait a minute. Okay, so something is happening when okay, sorry. Okay, so Oh, wait a minute here. Well, marathon bubble. Might need something slightly more elegant. Now, for entity. This is a case where, like, we want... Well, Oh, maybe. Oh, I see. Yeah, this would be breaking because, okay. So this would break in the case of a bubble because it's calling super init, but then, okay. So we are going to have to probably come up with a little exception. Okay, I think. Wait, did I even end up using this visible thing? All right, well, let's just do this kind of annoying thing for right now. And then I want to work on the progress meter. Okay, so entity. Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with like, there's going to have to be a rule to say like entity cannot be initialized more than once or something. And then I'm going to have to come up with a way to get around that. So on init, we're only going to, oh, I could just say if this dot initialized and return. Oh. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. If this dot initialize equals true. All right, that's what we'll have to do. Destruct. We'll do the inverse. Okay, all right, so that should be, so our entity should be back to normal. So this will be set custom to our init. So if we try to init and we're already initialized, we'll just return right away. And we'll just add that as well for the inverse of that for this. So if we're already not initialized, don't destruct again. And then this would otherwise initialize would be true. We continue. All right, so that is just set up for the marathon bubble. And that should fix the problem for us. Okay, so let's just do the same test we've been doing. So we'll take note of which bubble is number 5 that appears. So, okay, it's this blue one here. So we'll mess up. We'll start again. So bubble 5 will have been initted twice. I can see that in the console log there. And then we will play up until checkpoint 2 and then see what happens. So we've hit checkpoint 1 already. And we just hit checkpoint 2. So now let's release. And that doesn't come back. So that should be good. Okay. So that should fix the issue. So now let's just play. let's just play some rounds and see how it feels here. And also just, we'll see if we encounter any more bugs. Okay, we hit the end. Yeah, so let's make this, let's just make this like 50. So now we could play all the way up until 50. And okay, so one thing I do actually want to add before playing this too much is, oops. Uh-oh, there's a problem. Okay, so we do have another bug. So we have a purple one that's nowhere to be found. Okay, so what did we get to at this point in the game? We 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So popped bubble 20 and knitted bubble 25. So 25 is covering our bubble 21. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Now, there's also something kind of strange because like just playing here without messing up. Okay, we went all the way to the top there. So just playing without messing up does not reveal any overlaps at all. So that makes me think we probably don't have a bug in the overlap checking code. We might have just hit another like bug in the level, in the marathon code. Yeah, because like I feel like we'd hit, if there was a bug in the overlapping code, we would have already experienced it. Okay, there I messed up. That one first, then this one, then that one. Oh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. And in that case, I was going for popped bubble 40 and knitted bubble 45. Cursor drag stop. Target bubble was 41. Now it's 40. Wait a minute. Target bubble was 41. Now it's 40. If I made it to 41, but then went to 40. Why did we see all of those bubbles? Messed up. This one. Okay, there we made it through all the way, and everything seemed to work just fine. Oops. Sorry, bumped the mic stand there. All right, so this. Whoops, there we go. One thing I want to add is if you tap outside of the wrong bubble, you also would mess up and have to go back. Okay, this is pretty fun though. But yeah, the one thing I really do want to have is having multiple, you know, so you can kind of plan out which bubbles you need to pop, boom, 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 kind of having those along there. Because otherwise, I'm popping blue and I'm like waiting to see what one's next. So like I know if that's the one or not. That's weird. I think we might have just had another. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was just a. Yeah, this is cool, but yeah, we need to have like some. We need to be able to know what bubbles are next and everything. That would be much cooler. All right, so let's work on the progress meter for now. And we need to go back and fix something because we had one case where there was like an overlap. We had a bubble where we didn't see. Well, that's making me think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to work on the progress meter code and then come back. So progress meter, I would like to just show the 3 bubbles. The current target, the one that will be after next, and then the one that will be after that. So in our config, I guess we'll put a progress meter. It's going to equal an object. Progress meter bubble count going to equal 3. Number of target bubbles to show. Oops, target bubbles to show. Yes, because maybe I want to change it down the road, and I feel like just specifying that here in our config will be a nice thing to do. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom again. I don't know what happened to my water either, but we will be back in a second here. All right, I'm back. Now, okay, so I'm going to work on the progress meter now. Trying to just refresh my memory on exactly what I was doing. So I created the bubble count here to be 3 in our progress meter. So for right now, I'm thinking let's just show 3 bubbles along the side. The next 3 bubbles, right? The current target, the next target, and then the one after that. So yeah, the progress meter itself is going to be kind of dumb to whatever's going on, right? Like the marathon object is the one keeping track of what the next bubbles are. But the meter itself just doesn't care, doesn't know, whatever. So we want, in that case, so we're instantiating a circle out in the marathon creator. And we're passing just that single circle in, which we're calling target bubble. So where do I set that up? Marathon. Progress. Okay. So here we're generating our progress bubble, which is a circle. But what we actually want to do is generate an array. So for let I equals 0, I is less than config dot marathon dot progress meter dot bubble count I plus equals 1. So now let's generate a we'll call this progress meter bubbles equals an array. This will be const progress meter bubbles. So then we will do const progress meter bubble, const progress meter target bubble, and that will equal exactly like what we have here. I guess I could have just copied this, moved this whole thing up. Yeah, we don't really care about the index. So, well, okay, so one of the things, and then we'll push it into the array. So we will do progress meter bubbles equals, or dot push progress meter target bubble, right? This, yes, okay. So we can get rid of this, and then we generate the bubbles, and then we pass the array of bubbles into the marathon progress meter. So this will be target bubbles instead, target bubbles, array of circle objects. And it'll probably, at some point in time, they'll probably get their own bubble thing, their own bubble class, which is what we did in one of the earlier streams with, we have the progress bubble here, which we could maybe even recycle some of that for this. But for right now, we'll just do the circles. Because one thing I'd also like to do is kind of like indicate to the player when the next like checkpoint is. So like when you pop this bubble, that's going to be a new checkpoint, you know, like, oh, okay. Yeah, we've got some issues. So I will fix that. Okay, so the one thing I kind of want to change, so if we do a normal round here, or we do the round that currently exists, the progress bar kind of, you start with this one and you go top down, kind of like that's your order, right? But for this kind of mode, I was kind of thinking of having like the biggest bubble be like right immediately, kind of like right where the pink one is. And then it would be big, like the first bubble would be big, second bubble would be smaller, third bubble would be even smaller. But it'd be kind of like, this is your target, the first one, big one is your target, then there's the next one, then there's the next one, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But we'll see. So like it'd be the inverse of whatever's happening here, like where you start with this one and go down, it would be like this is the target, and then these are the ones that are next. So let's, yeah. So I guess let's just try, well, let's try a couple things here. Let's do some nicer stuff. So right now I have some stuff hard coded, which I don't really like in the Marathon creator here. So I've got like a radius of 40 hard coded, and I've got an X value of 1,000 hard coded. Oh, and we've got a play area pose.y. So that's correct. So that part is correct. So like if you were to shrink the window. Oops. Yeah, so this guy is syncing up with the y value of this, which should be just like right dead center y value of the screen. So that's correct. Yes. Okay, but the X value is just hard coded at 1,000 pixels. So the X value of this is just set to 1,000 pixels right now. We're getting errors right now because I'm now using an array of progress bubbles, and that's not set up for that. But let's fix. Okay, so our most current target bubble is going to be the big one. And that's going to have the play area pose y. The next one, so that can be I. Play area pose y times, or that would be plus play area dot pose dot y times I. Right? Wait a minute. No, that's not what we want. We need like an offset or something. Yeah, I might have to do just like a temporary offset y value here. So, okay, so pose y plus pose y times I. That's not what we want. We need like this needs to be a like separator distance or something. Target bubble offset. Yeah, so this, we need it to be like bubble pose offset needs to be like 100 or something. In fact, I think I already have. Oh, I think everything else is hard-coded in the other example. Bubble pose offset is 100. So then that would be config.marathon. That would be bubble pose offset. Or we'll call it y offset, right? Yeah. Bubble pose y offset. Okay. All right, so that's okay for right now. So let's just see if we can get. Yeah, that'll be fine for just right now. So as we increment. Oh wait, I'm gonna do negative. I'm gonna do negative 100. Right. So the first bubble would be, this would be 0, or sorry, I would be 0. So the first bubble would be at this, at y. Second bubble would be at this minus 100. Third bubble would be at this minus 200. That should be fine for right now. And let's see. Okay, so here, let's see. Yeah, this is where stuff gets a little trickier than like the way the original game does, or the original mode of the game does it, which is fine. So, because this is called by the marathon object to set the color of the current target, right? But we also want to know what the next one is, what the next target is, and what the next target is. So I'm trying to figure out how we want to do that sort of let's just maybe yeah, actually, I think what we can do then is this would come in as colors, so this should be like an array of colors, and then colors dot for each color, then not for each, would just do a for let I equal 0, I is less than colors dot length I plus equals 1. So in this case we'll have to, okay, so then we'll do this dot target bubbles I, because we'll assume that the indexes of colors and target bubbles match up, but we're gonna have to figure out exactly how color dot set, exactly how we want that to work. Okay, so we need to spread colors I dot copy, and we're setting our alpha to 1. Okay. Yeah, so this is assuming that the target bubble indexes and the colors indexes line up. But I need to, so that would, actually that's going to be kind of like reverse. Let's see here. Yeah, let's jump over to the marathon. Okay, so now on bubble pop, that's when we need to go to. All right, so let me write this down in a new notepad, I guess. Oops. Okay, so we've got target bubble 0 should equal the target ID. So target bubble 1 would equal target ID plus 1. Target bubble 2, these are just kind of like my scratch notes right here, should equal target ID plus 2, right? So this is the target, this is the next target, the target after that target, and the target after that target after that target. So that's good. Sip of water there. But then the colors, okay, so then the colors coming in need to also be that order, right? So it's like we need to slice off. Yeah, we're gonna need to do like a, I don't really like having to do that, but I guess we'll need to create that colors array that's going to come in every time. Or we could just put the onus on well, no, let's, okay. Okay. Maybe, all right, where do we set this target bubble ID? Let's just call this get. Let's just have a little like helper method here where we'll just say get bubble, get progress meter bubble colors. just kind of a little helper method. And then this does need to help our happen in two places. It needs to happen here and there, these two. So like when you go to the next bubble, it needs to update, and when you go to the other bubble, it needs to. Yeah, and I'm thinking of maybe having kind of a cool animation where like it would kind of like nice. So that's kind of there. I'm thinking of like having kind of a cool animation where you'd kind of like cycle through. So you get the target bubble, and then this one like slides into this place, this one slides into this place, and then like the other one slides out of nowhere or something. The new next bubble would slide out of nowhere. That would be kind of cool. And then maybe like when you mess up, they slide back, or like if you messed up, you know, way back, then they would really kind of just slide out of nowhere. So that would be kind of cool to do. In which case, we would need to modify that would be a little trickier. So for right now, I'm not going to worry about it. That'll be something for another time. I'm just going to do kind of what I'm going after right now. So the marathon itself is just going to be responsible for getting those colors. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Okay, so get progress meter bubble colors. That will take. Okay, so we'll have this dot target dot bubble ID. So we'll basically color 1 or color 0 colors. Let's do this the right way here. Colors 0 would equal bubbles, this dot bubbles dot. Yeah, actually, okay. I don't need const colors equals an array. And then we're just going to be doing a for let I equal 0, I is less than, and we're tapping into config again here. Bubble count. Right, so we said target bubble 0, that would be the next target, would be that. Yes, so then target ID plus 1. So also, this would just be colors 0, colors 1, colors 2. And it's going to be the same thing. So we generate our colors array, colors.push. This dot bubbles dot, or this dot bubbles, and then that would be this dot target bubble ID plus I. So the first time that'll be just 0, and then it will be dot color, and then we will simply return colors at the end there, and then we will call. Let me just comment these out. This dot bubble, okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's just put all of this into, okay. Set, we'll call this dot set progress meter bubble colors. And then this would just simply Progress_meter.set_target_bubble_color. Let me make that colors. And then that will pass in colors. And then we just, okay, so let's, just getting a phone call there. This dot, okay, what are we doing here? Yeah, this guy. Okay, so we're going to say this dot. And then all we do is just call this one method at these spots. And then it does the rest. Okay, so I'll just comment these lines out for right now. Then when we see that that works, we got an error, marathon progress meter, cannot read property color of undefined. Well, it seemed to work there. We seem to have some stuff. Let's see. Okay, so what were we in here? Marathon progress meter 11 cannot read property color of undefined. Sorry, getting another phone call. Same number probably. All right. Okay, so the problem is the line 11, target bubbles. Oh. Now, wait a minute. Why? Set target bubble colors. At 50. Why? It went up to as many bubbles as we have. Why didn't I do? Maybe I accidentally did. Oh. Wow, just one little extra thing there. All right, maybe I should change that. So I did marathon.bubble_count, which is, you know, the 50 bubbles for the whole marathon, but I needed to do .marathon.progressmeter.bubble_count, which should have just been 3. All right, so that's the problem. So when we go back now, yes, now we don't have any errors. So as we pop that, oh, I'm supposed to pop this one first. Purple. Oof. Seeing them slide is actually weird. All right, you know what? Let's change it quick. Let's change it to, or let's change this to a positive 100. So that way, pink will be first. Gray, green, red, brown, blue, purple, that. Oh, that's kind of weird. This is actually more difficult than I would have thought. Well, there I kind of did it. Whoops. Oh boy. getting it. I'm getting it. All right. This one, 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 this one. Oh yeah, now we have an issue where we're trying to get bubbles that don't exist for the colors. Yeah, in that case, I guess we could do something where, let's see if we can handle that right now. I think what would kind of help with this is some animation. So we might actually have to do that just to kind of get a better idea of what's going on. Plus, I'd like to do the size differences too. So like, we'll have to like scale these down. So like each one, yeah, bubble radius would have to be like, yeah, we'd have to do some sort of, well, let's just do this to start. Yeah, there's a lot of little details we need to take care of here. Yeah, so as we're throwing errors with the colors because these guys don't know what to do. Oh, but yeah, actually I'm getting a little used to that now. Whoops. I'm getting used to seeing. Yeah, so the size I think will help. And having like a little sliding animation will be a big help. That'll require some fancy finagling though for right now. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, I need to fix. Yeah, I do like this though. Yeah, and then as we get to the end, we start to throw errors in the console. Okay. I am kind of used to it now, and I kind of like it. Like, but I do want to do the sizes quick. So size will be 40 times we need to do like a little percentage thing. But the bubble radius is going to need to be some sort of calculation off of the Oh, you know what? We should be doing everything in units. I'm gonna hit the bathroom again, and we should be doing everything in units because we're saying the radius of the radius of the play area in units is 1,000. That's kind of like our basis. So like everything else we should do in units and then multiply it times the unit scale variable, wherever that is. The unit scale thing here, where it's actually our pixel value. So that's what we should be doing. So if I want something based on the size of the play area radius, I should do everything compared to that 1,000. So calculate everything off of that visually. All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. We'll be back. All right, so we're back. So as I was saying right before the bathroom break there, just saying that everything should be based in our, I have this unit scale. And I decided that like the play area, so that's our black circle here, would be 1,000 units, right? And then based on the size of the window is when you would take those units and then actually convert it down into some sort of pixel value, right? And that way we can have like the window scale nicely, you know, like it doesn't scale in real time, but you know, as we scale the window up now, our play area is bigger and it just centers itself nicely, right? But like everything's in these units. Everything's 1,000 units, but then that gets converted to some sort of pixel value real time or at runtime. So actually we want to shrink this down because I'm not doing everything properly here. Oops. Refresh. Okay. Yes. So the bubbles, the bubble radii, and you know this play area radius and everything are all doing everything in units. This stuff here, though, our progress meter is just hard coded in pixels right now for temporary use. So I do want to switch all of that over to like a unit, you know, to have a unit space, to be in unit space. So for right now, I'd like to just do the sizes. So our first target bubble is our target bubble first is the top one. Yes. So first one is this dark blue, then pink. So whichever bubble's at top there, that's the one we're going to next. So, whoops. Okay. All right. So that is all looking good, and it actually, yeah, I'm used to it now the way it is, and it feels relatively good. Animation and stuff will help later, just much like we have with the other round. Just having like some sliding movement and everything like we have with that would be very helpful. But we don't have that right now. But yeah, so let's work on these radii. So I think, well, I kind of like the well, I'd like this to be bigger. So let's try bigger. I'd like these to be bigger relative to this full size, I think. Just shrink that. Okay, we also need to do the position too. All right, so if the radius is, I kind of like the size of like that, which is maybe like 60 pixel radius right now, that circle. So bubble, let's just say bubble radius units is going to equal 60. Or sorry. Well, the radius of this is 1,000. So that would make the radius of like, this be like 100 maybe? Let's try 100. Bubble radius units of 100. Oh, and then we need to actually use it. Bubble radius units. So then for each bubble or for each progress meter. So in here, we need to take config.marathon.progress meter.bubble radius units times unit scale. Let's see where that puts us. Okay, those actually are kind of small. So maybe, if this is 1,000, 100, yeah, okay. So maybe let's just try 300 to see a big difference here. A bigger difference, okay. Right, so this is too big. So I'm just looking at the size of this relative to the size of this is kind of what I'm concerned about. Obviously, the position and everything is way off. But yeah, we need to have some sort of good size. So this is too big. So let's go to 200. Just see what that looks like. So yeah, I kind of like that. So I like that for the first one. Then the second one should be like something smaller, like a certain percentage smaller. And then the third one should be like an even smaller percentage. So it's like obvious that the big one is the first one you want to hit. Then the second one, then this is the one that's on deck and the one that's in the hole, right? So yeah, like this is playable. You know, they actually could like overlap even like that, but that's not what I want right now, at least. but kind of a cool, maybe, I don't know. Not going to worry about that right now. Not very important. Okay, so I think bubble pose Y offset. I just want to screw around with this for a second, because if I were to just change this to 4, theoretically everything would just work for us to have 4, right? Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Very easy to just play and test things. Okay, that's cool. All right, as a side note, has nothing to do with anything right now. Okay, so let's do, I like 200. And then every consecutive bubble after that would have to be like percentage, like 80% or something. Right. So how could I do that? Okay, so every bubble should be 80% smaller than the last iteration, right? Bubble, maybe I could call it like cascading radius. Bubble cascading radius percentage. So it would be like, it's point, so I don't, the first one would be 1, the 0.8, or like each consecutive bubble could be 80% smaller. Or not 80%, well, 10% smaller. Or 20% smaller, I mean. Well, let's just say, well, if you, oops. So let's say you have 100 times 0.8 is 80 pixels, right? But if you did that times 0.8, it'd be 64 pixels. Versus if you just did, yeah, I'm trying to think of how much smaller each consecutive bubble should be, right? Like, should it be 80%? Okay, so purple would be 100%. Green would be should be maybe like 80% the radius of this one. And then this one should be 80% of this one, or should it be like 60%, like minus 20% every time of this one? Whatever this is, minus 20%. I'm trying to think of the best way to like calculate it too. Like, how can I put it in the config in just one nice happy place? So my brain just doesn't feel like it's firing exactly as it should be. Let's say Oh, I found a mistake right there, by the way, that I did not fix before. It was setting them all the bubbles to the first bubble color instead of first bubble color, second bubble color, third bubble color. Okay. So, well, I like how we've got okay. Yeah. Our Y position and everything. Oh, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. This offset is in pixels. So the offset needs to be in units. And then we could calculate that like up here. Okay, so bubble pose Y offset units. Actually, 100 might be right in units because in pixels that was too small. Bubble position Y. Yes. Okay. So let's take, so before our for, we can do const, before our for loop, we can do const bubble, prog bubble pose Y. Or we just say Y. Prog bubble Y offset pix equals config dot bubble config dot marathon dot progress meter dot bubble units times times unit scale. That'll convert our units into whatever the pixels are. With prog bubble Y offset pix now. So then we can just do that. We just convert it once, and then that'll be times our iterator, or iterating integer there. All right, so let's just unexpected token config. Yeah, I probably didn't put a comma somewhere. Oh, we'll have to come back to that. Okay. So we definitely, oh, 100 is really small. That's right, 100, because this is 1,000. The radius of our play area is 1,000, so 100 is a pretty small distance. So we want, and our radius of these is 200. So it needs to be like, we maybe need like 100 units. So this is 100 units. There's like 40 pixels maybe in this case here, 30 to 40 pixels. So we need like 100 units in between. I would say 100 units in between the centers of these. So this would be like, what, 200 plus 100 plus 200. So like 500 would be the offset. 500. I think I did that right. Yes, except maybe that's too big. Maybe let's make, what if we make this 150? Yeah, maybe that's better. Okay, so 150, but then this should be like, what if we do 300, is that going to be weird? Oh, that's going to make them touch, right? Because it's 150 radius plus 150 radius. Okay, so that's not good. Maybe we need to do spacing instead. We need to do like a pixel spacing, or not pixel spacing, but like unit spacing in between the circles. And I'm probably gonna change this because honestly, I want to have these like actually kind of like curve around the radius of this, which would be kind of cool. Like so, it would kind of like curve down this way, or curve up, you know, depending on whatever we end up going with here. That would be cool, but and then we wouldn't care about like a horizontal or the Y pixel, the height spacing there anymore, because it would be more about whatever we're going along the radius here. So, but for now, I think we could go with just like a pixel or an actual like just single value, like we're doing right now. So 300. This should be. Can I like? This should be like calculated off of. Actually, no. Let's not. We don't need to. No, we don't need to do that. It can be absolute because it'll get scaled properly with the window and everything. But it needs to be absolute in the unit space. So it should be, I don't know, 350 then, I guess. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Like I want it to be big, but not too big. Okay, but now we're off. Yeah, now we need to actually okay, so the Y value is fine because that means it'll always line up on the Y value of whatever this is. So we don't need to worry about like doing yeah, we always just center it up with the screen basically, or whatever this position is. So that's fine. But the X value also needs to be like 1,000 units. It needs to be like, you know, this would be 1,000 units. Plus, you know, okay, 1,000 unit radius. So this would need to be, so that would line it up like dead on, dead center. But it needs to be like 1,050 or something. Then we would have const prog bubble x offset. We'll just say x pix config.marathon.progressmeter.bubble pose x units times unit scale. Okay, so this doesn't exist yet, but this is kind of what we want. So this would be oh yeah, and then okay, so it should be units like 1300. Let's just say. Okay, so 1300. And then it needs to be plus play area dot pose dot x to center, to put it in the center. Oh, I didn't actually use it yet. Okay. Hence why this is kind of grayed out. It's declared, but its value is never read. Yeah, that would help if we did that, if we read it. Okay. So I just realized I'm talking off the mic, off axis of the mic quite a bit. Sorry about that. Progbubble x pix. So okay, so then that would just, yeah, these are all going to be the same. The x position is going to be all the same for these regardless. There we go. Okay. So now if we make this like bigger, it just scales nicely. Make it pretty small. Scales perfectly. Right? Nice. Okay, that feels pretty good. Obviously, we've got our mistakes still in here. Okay, so the other thing will be just the sizes, the radius, the radii. So we want to make each one like... Each one needs to be, let's just say, 80% smaller. Or 80% of the last width. So 10%, 20% smaller. So each one should be getting consecutively smaller. 80% of the last one. I keep saying this over and over again. I'm just trying to think. I feel like my brain is shot. been going for 4 hours. That's a long time. Cracking my back. All right. So we could, let's just say we do, all right, so a starting radius, what would be, okay, so our starting radius is 150. So if I divide units, so if we divide 150 by 0.8, get 187.5. So we could just do make it 190 or something. So then that would be 187. Yeah, if we did 190 times 0.8, that would give us our first bubble unit scale. So we could do one. Yeah, so let's just do 190 for our starting unit radius. So that would mean this pink bubble, so it's right now if I were to refresh, it'd be a little bigger, but to start, I'm going to just no, you know what? We're just going to call this bubble, okay, bubble radius cascade shrink rate, we'll call it that. Right? Okay, so it will be 0.2. So each of these bubbles should get 20% smaller. 20% of our starting size. So we'll start with, okay, so we'll go back to making this 150. And then, so this should look good. Okay, so this is what we want. This is the starting size that we want. This one should be 20% smaller, then this one should be 20% smaller again, still. So so we'll start with a, we'll have let bubble, we'll just call it, yeah, prog bubble shrink rate. We'll start at 1. And then every iteration, the shrink rate, prog bubble shrink rate will minus equals config dot marathon dot progress meter dot shrink rate. Okay. So we'll start with this shrink rate of 1. So that the 1 will be multiplied by our first bubble, which won't change anything. But then the next bubble, or then the shrink rate will decrease to 0.8 because it'll be 1 minus 0.2 for each bubble we generate. And then Okay, yeah. Prog bubble shrink rate. Config.marathon.progress bubble radius shrink rate. That looks good. And then radius needs to be that thing. Oh, let's do const radius prog bubble rad pix equals this thing. It's getting to be too complicated. And then that'll be this times our shrink rate. There we go. Nice, except yes, except now our x. So this is good. The sizes are good, I think. Nice, nice. Oh, I messed up. Oh, well, it's just, okay. Yeah, so the problem here is, yeah, these, like, the size shrinking is nice, but isn't it? What if we did 4? Or let's do 5. Yeah, I think that's good. But the problem is these gaps, the gap here should be the same between every single one. That's the problem we have. So I need to do, what I need to do is actually specify the distance between the edges of the bubbles. Specify that in the config. That needs to be what's there. And I'm going to hit the bathroom quick, and then we will do that. And we're back. All right, so minimize that. Okay. So what I was just saying before my bathroom break was, I hear the toilet in the microphone. My bathroom is just like 15 feet away from me. So I want to specify this white space between these in the config. Like, so it'll be a fixed white space, because the difference right now, there's like a fixed distance between the centers of these. But what I want to specify is like a fixed white space between each of these bubbles. So that's what I need to do, because that'll be then different every bubble we add on there. So let's do actually, we might be able to figure out what that is. Oh, wait, we know what the radii are. Okay, so the radius, bubble radius units is 150. And what did we originally have? 350. Okay, so it's 350 between each bubble. But this needs to be like a white space offset or something. It'd be pose, it'd be bubble Y white space, space between units or something is what it should be. Yeah, it should be like bubble pose Y space, or let's just say bubble Y space between, we'll say Y between units. And let's just make it 100 for right now. Let's just punch something in and then tweak it from there. Okay, so that would mean the next bubble is always going to be the, where are we? Okay, it's always going to be the position Y plus okay, because right now I'm just generating this. This is going to go away. Yeah, in fact, I'm just going to get rid of it right now. I don't want it. Just so I don't have to confuse myself later. Okay, so it's going to be the Y plus something we do times our iterator value for every bubble, for each increasing bubble. So it's going to need to be the radius of the last bubble whoops. Oh, that reminds me. We're sending stuff down the WebSocket pipe, but we don't want to do that. Or down the socket. We don't want that. All right, I'm thinking. Bubble Y between units. I guess we could do another like little prog bubble shrink rate 1. I could do another little variable like this, like space between. Could equal prog bubble spacing would equal 0 to start, I guess. Oops. And then All right, let's just step through this a little more logically here. So we have the first bubble, and then the next one is going to be radius. Okay, so we want to do radius of this bubble plus, so the radius of this bubble plus you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to do like a separate. So I'm going to have to calculate the first bubble and push the first one. Okay, that's what I should have done initially. Okay, so let's do, okay. And then we're going to be starting with 1 here. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so actually, we're going to throw this in here. Get rid of that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to calculate out the first bubble of the array separately. And then in our for loop, we're going to refer back to the first bubble for the information. So that's why we need to put 1 in here separately, because then the first iteration of this loop is going to refer back to this first bubble that we added. So we can do that. We calculate the radius units and everything. The y position is just going to be that. And we can get rid of the shrink rate and everything too. We don't need that anymore. And that will keep because that's going to stay fixed for all of them, at least for this demo, at least for this original test. Okay, so now the y, the radius and the y will get generated off of yes. Okay, so that's good. This is good. The radius and the y will get generated off of the previous bubble. So we'll do the shrink rate again, but it's going to be 80%. Yeah, that should be fine. So now the radius will always equal, oh, wait a minute. Prog bubble rad pix. Oh, actually I do need that. Okay. So, oh no, wait a minute. It's just going to equal the last bubble times the shrink rate. Okay. Okay, so it will just be the last bubble. So progress meter bubbles 0 dot size dot r. Oh, sorry, not 0. It'll be I, whoops, minus 1 dot size dot r times the shrink rate. Okay. So 80%, it will therefore then be 80% of the radius of the last one, the previous one. And similarly, our y position will also be the y or no, I guess we'll do the position of the last bubble as well. So it'll be the position of the previous bubble position of the last bubble. So what did we say here? The position of this one will be position of this bubble plus the radius of that bubble, that last bubble, plus the white space, plus the radius of this bubble. Wow. So let's actually set up const last bubble radius, last bubble rad equals, let's do this thing. And then let's say const bubble rad equals last bubble rad times shrink rate. Okay, so that's our bubble rad. Or we'll just say R. We'll call it R. And that way we can do just this nice little, we can do that. Okay. So last bubble rad equals that. And then what did we say it's going to be? It's going to be last bubble rad plus white space plus this bubble rad is going to be our y value. Or sorry, last bubble position plus the radius of the last bubble plus the white space plus the radius of our bubble. So it'll be the y of the last bubble, yes. The y of the last bubble plus the y of the last bubble, that'll put us here, plus the radius of the last bubble, plus our white space, plus our radius. Okay, so we've got the y of the last bubble right here, plus the radius of the last bubble, which will be last bubble rad, which we just used up here. The radius of the last bubble, plus the white space units, which, didn't I have that yet? Did I have that yet? Oh, wait, no. Bubble y between units. That needs to get converted to pixels. So we can do that up here, I get, yeah. So we can do bubble, prog bubble, y between pix. It's going to equal config.marathon.progressmeter. Bubble y between units times unit scale. And Prog bubble Y between picks. skdev, I'll take that as a compliment, I guess, maybe. Feels like Bob Ross in here, maybe. Prog bubble Y between picks. Okay, that's our white space. Then, so the last bubble position plus the last bubble radius plus the white space plus this radius, which is just R. And that should be our Y position. That's way too complicated. skdev, don't mind me just watching. Okay. Well, thanks for watching. Appreciate that. All right. Yes, that looks more correct there. Now we've got nice even white space between these. Let's just beef that up to look more, there we go. Okay. And each one is 80% smaller than the last one now. So that's okay, I guess. This one is 80% smaller than this one. This one's 80% smaller than this one. This one's 80% smaller than this one. Before we were doing like, this one was 80% of this one. This one was like 60% of this one. This one was 40% of that one. But I think this is okay. Yeah, so let's just go back to 3 again. And all of this is probably going to change anyway, so it kind of hurts knowing that I probably did all this for nothing. Wow. And all these colors, these random colors all look the same. All right. Whoa. Got another one of those circles that doesn't exist bugs. All right, I need to figure out what's going on there. So the pink doesn't exist. We can't pop the pink bubble because there is no pink bubble. Okay. Yes, the elephant in the room. Some sort of bubbles that are maybe being overlapped. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's right. Somehow we just have like the wrong color. Is that even possible? Yeah, because it seems like maybe this just had the wrong color. Oh, we made it to the next checkpoint. Okay. All right. So there was a bug in there. Somehow this, it seemed like either we had an invisible pink bubble or this thing just had the incorrect color. And it seems like this had the incorrect color because we would pop some other bubble and then it worked. I was like just trying random bubbles and then it finally worked. So, I have to think about how to sort of replicate that issue now. Oh, did I mess that up? Yeah. That's the right one. There. Oh, we maybe have it again. Okay, and then this is the end. All right. Okay, so we've got some sort of issue now where the bubble... Okay, so it happened where a color of the bubble here in our progress bar, our target bubble color, was not matching any color in here. Like here it's clear yellow, yellow, right? But we had... Oop. So far, so good in this run here. Okay, and then we're over. Okay. And a bunch of errors, yes, I know, but don't worry about it for right now. Okay. Unfortunately, sometimes you get these weird little issues where you just can't replicate them that often. But it's definitely like a glaring issue. Now, it might be more something to do with when I mess up. So if we can somehow... Okay, so let's mess up again, okay. Nope, this one, this one. Oops. Made it to the next checkpoint. Okay. Made it to the end. Okay, so we made it through that run without any sort of issue. Oh, thanks for the follow, SKDev. Appreciate that. Hang on, I gotta check my phone here. All right, short break here. Okay. Little stretch. Quick sip of water here. We've been going on 4 hours, 41 minutes here. Almost 42 minutes. That's a long time. But I'm hanging in there. So let's see. Oh, that's just so, man, I stare at this and my heart kind of sinks because it's like, well, I shouldn't say it sinks, but it just feels kind of like, it feels like there should be some more elegant way to do it. And I don't mean in like a lazy, elegant kind of way, but it just seems like there could be a better way. But, and the worst part is I think I'm going to end up changing kind of how this all works anyway. Because I want to have like animations. I want to have like the bubbles, the circles sliding. Like as you hit the bubble, it's going to slide, you know. Because this, like, so in our practice mode here, this feels very intuitive of what you're doing, I guess, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm hitting these bubbles. Whoops. It just feels very, yeah, it feels very intuitive, right? Like, I know what I'm doing. Whoops. I can clearly see where I'm trying to go. It's clear. I can play fast. I mean, I have a lot of practice doing this. I have a lot of practice playing this mode, but at the same time, or playing it with this style, I guess. But at the same time, I feel like we need a lot of help on the marathon here with this. And what, I hit the wrong one there? Oh. All right, so I think what we're going to need to do yeah, I mean, this doesn't feel too bad. Just from I feel like animations would help because it's like the colors are shifting up, but just the jarriness of it, I feel like it would be better if we really had like the animation. So this kind of like yellow, like you hit yellow and it just swipes out into the ether, you know. And then you hit green. Like you hit yellow, it slides off. Green slides into the big one, you know, like slides up in size, whatever. And then yeah, and all the others slide up, right? And then the next one would kind of just slide in. You know, so yellow, the next yellow here would just kind of slide in out of nowhere, right? I feel like that would look pretty good. And I do want to have the curve too. But let's not worry about that right now because we have an apparent bug on the foot that we have seen. I'm actually getting a little chilly. I got to put my fleece on here. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Okay. 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 All right. So in order to, I think all I can do, I mean, I've seen this bug happen a couple of times where just a color here is just nowhere to be found in the circle. So yeah, this is actually feeling pretty good. Whoops, wrong one. This one. All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. We'll pick things up somewhere at some point. All right, I'm back. Okay. Going almost 5 hours here. All right, so yeah, we need to there's some scenario where this color gets wrong, apparently. Oh, I guess, yeah, we hit a checkpoint there. That's kind of nice. Okay. Is this the science and technology stream? Yeah. Right? How was the zoo? Thanks for hanging out, by the way. I just shot you. I shot you and Aaron the message, but you guys didn't have to listen. I don't know if you're seeing this, Zach, but it's working pretty well right now. I do have one bug that I'm trying to track down. Oh, I messed up. Go back to checkpoint, whatever. Okay. Everyone has to wear a mask and you can't touch anything. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, no kids smashing their faces up against the tiger glass or whatever. The glass to see the tigers. All right, so far, just playing through this a bunch. Whoops, oh, it's so hard to see that one. So far, just playing through this, I have not encountered that bug. Oops. Whoops. This one. Yeah. All right, but I got to call you later, get your advice on a new GPU. Yeah, sure. The NVIDIA, speaking of GPUs and stuff, the NVIDIA conferences, well, it's probably ended a while ago, but it was going on today for the new NVIDIA 3000 series. So I don't know anything about it yet. I mean, other than I've heard all the rumors and everything, but now everything's been officially announced. checkpoint. Should have a cool animation for when the bubble appears. Yeah, let me try that. Just for a slight distraction. Something so I don't have to deal with bugs right now. I can come at it with a clear head later. All right, so let's have like a little nice animation for the bubbles as they fly in. Right? So we hit this one, we hit this other blue one right here, or other bubble right here. And the next one just kind of pops in instantly, but it'd be cool if it like expanded out or something. Expanded out of like nothing. So let's do marathon bubble. So yeah, let's have, man, this is a giant constructor. So we've got key hit indicator, all that stuff. But let's have a bubble like animate in from nothing, from like a radius of 0. So we should say this dot normal params. When we initialize all of these, they should all initialize to like a size of 0. Super params. Normal size. Oh, oops. I don't know what to call this. Default. Expanded. Okay, so how do we create each of these bubbles here? Marathon bubble, we've got a size. So we'll call this, okay, so resting size will equal, well, we'll call it radius. How about? And then we will say this. And then but R will default to 0. So we'll have radius params dot radius. this dot expand anim equals new animation. All right, so let's look at animation. All right, so we're just animating the radius from 0 up to its, okay, so we need to do animation. What do we have? We've got, so we've got max dir. Yeah, let's make that 300 milliseconds. Equation. I guess we'll make it fast. Yeah, so let's actually copy this animation we've got here, the equation we've got there. Start val is going to equal well, we'll just say this dot size dot r. End val is going to equal this dot radius. On tick. This dot size dot r is going to equal val. Destruct on elapse is going to equal false. And then on init, okay, so I'm trying to think of how this should work. So we've got, so we modified kind of how actually once the bubbles popped, we should reset expand animation. Oh, and then also our destruct. We need to make sure we get rid of this dot and expand anim dot destruct. Okay. So we need to reset this dot expand anim dot reset, and we'll just call this dot expand anim dot pause. Yeah, I really don't like this idea of, really not a huge fan of this idea of calling init again. Like, I know I just said, like, there needs to be some sort of check to make sure, like, you don't initialize the same thing twice. Okay, so yeah, I will need to fix this. Well, all right, let's leave that for now. Reset this. Yeah. Nice. Okay, that's kind of cool. So there, those ones fade in. And then our new one pops in. Nice. That looks a little better. That already is just more playable. These ones just like reappear violently though. Maybe, what if we make this like 250 milliseconds, or let's just say 200 milliseconds. Is that really fast? Maybe 200 milliseconds, but with a equation of, let's just do t times t. Okay, so this is kind of, no, definitely not. Maybe we do 1 minus math dot, 1 minus 1 math dot pow 1 minus t. Maybe a little less dramatic. Nice. Nice. That is feeling pretty good. Oop. Brown, that one, that one. That one, that one, that one, that one. Okay. Oh. There it is. There it is. Now we have a purple one that we don't know where it is. Okay, bump, 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 bump. Okay, bump, bump. Wait, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 9 down on the field here. Yeah, Zach D, there it is. You're talking about the bug, right? Is that what? Yeah, because we've got that purple one that's in the middle there is nowhere to be found. So, okay, so I want to, all right, so what I put in the comments here, what does 3 mean? Oh, okay, ignore the 3. So we pop cursor, drag, stop, target was 19, target bubble was 19, target bubble is now 15. So if okay, so we go here, popped 5 and it did 20. Let's just hit the wrong one. Boom. Target bubble was 16, target bubble is now 15. Okay, so we hit 15. That's 16. Needed bubble 21. 17, 18. Okay, so we got this purple. Yeah, the insect, yes. So it comes up. It's there. Like it's getting passed in to the progress meter there. Purple. So let's try. Okay, so target is, what did we popped 18, so target is 19 at this point. Target is 19. Let's just try this one. Nope. This one? Nope. That's it. Okay. And then we hit a checkpoint. Okay, so that one, okay, let's try. Three. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I pop another one, we go back. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We hit a checkpoint. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit the wrong one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we hit a checkpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Okay. Oh. Wrong one. Oh. Oops. All right. I need to see if I can track this bug down now. We did the little animation as kind of a side distraction thing. That's kind of cool. It's not fully working because it should come back when you do that, but whoops. All right, so it didn't seem to be triggered by any specific 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we go up to a checkpoint. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. One. No, this one. 1. No, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New checkpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. But it's like the color. Target bubble. It's like the color is wrong. All right, I got to think about what exactly is going on here. So we hit it. We're at a checkpoint. What checkpoint are we at here? What cursor? Hit checkpoint 7. Okay, so we're on checkpoint 7. And we blew away the last bubbles. It broke because okay, so we hit checkpoint 7. Bubbles 30 through 34 were destructed as they should have been. So we crashed once. Target bubble was 35. Target bubble is now 35. So if you crash on this one. So at one point we went up to, okay, we popped bubble 35. We went up to bubble 40. And then we crashed again because bubble was 36, but now target bubble was 35 again. So pop, this is bubble 35. But which we found is this color. So I pop bubble 35, which is for some reason getting this color. So every time the bubble, okay, so this should actually be a little, not too difficult to figure out. So these ones are correct, right? If I go here, here, we're good. Oh, it's just a random color like every time. Now it's green. So this is bubble 35, which I need to hit. But if we, okay, it's green again. So here I hit, it doesn't say what bubble I hit, but. Okay. Oh, now we're back to this. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't. Okay, so when we hit this and let go, these two colors are correct. But if we hit that, now it's green. All right, so in our marathon, we are doing set progress meter bubble colors. This const colors. Maybe there's a case where, okay, so we're. Nothing there. All right. What? Oh, this one probably. So this one, brown, this one, yep. These colors are too similar. Okay, we beat that one. Okay, so this one. All right, so now in the console, I'm now printing the colors that I'm printing the IDs of the bubbles that are supposed to be getting set here. So like right off the bat, bubbles 0, 1, and 2 should be here. 0, 1, and 2, right? And then when you pop a bubble, then these ones should all change, right? And then we saw it go to 1, 2, 3, right? And then 0, 1, and 2 because I crashed. So, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. So I think it has to be some sort of issue. 6, 7, 8. Oh, the other thing I forgot to test was now we can test out. Oh. We can test this thing out. Yeah, so all this stuff scales actually nicely now, which is cool. Okay. Oh boy, those are all the same. Okay. We just need to. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. I like how this feels. Okay, so we beat that without any issue here. Okay. Oh, so my point is we should see a discrepancy in these numbers. These numbers should always be sequential. Like it'll always be some sort of 10, 11, 12. It should actually always go back to, like if you crash, it should always revert to whatever that checkpoint you're on. So like there we'll see 11, 12, 13. We hit blue, we'll see 12, 13, 14. If I let go, boom, we'll go back to 10, 11, 12, right? Because we're going back to checkpoint 2, which would be bubble 10. So when we encounter this bug, we should see a discrepancy in these IDs here because I don't think there's any actual problem with like the color. Because from this point on, I mean, from the marathon object here, I have my function that passes the colors right to the progress meter. And it's like these wouldn't change. These couldn't change at all. Like the colors themselves shouldn't change. Otherwise, there'd be something messed up with the whole thing and all the colors would be wrong. So there can't be a problem. There cannot be a problem with the color, passing of the color itself. It just has to be a bug with somewhere in the IDs that are getting set. And there must be some But at the same time, that doesn't seem like that could make that much sense either. Because for every... So where we're setting our progress meter bubble colors, we are just passing, and that's where I'm printing this in the log here. This is where I'm printing it in the log in the browser. And all I'm doing is this dot target bubble ID plus 1, and we're iterating for however many progress meter bubbles we have, which is 3. We have 3. So it should just be, okay, it should just be taking whatever our current target bubble is. Like in this case, the current target bubble is 3, is 20. And then it's just doing 20, 21, 22. So it should just be taking the colors for 20, which would be green, 21 right here, 22, I guess, you know. And we're just kind of cycling through there. So what I feel like we wouldn't even see, when we encounter the bug, I feel like we wouldn't even see, these numbers would look fine too. So that makes me just question even this method for finding the bug. And unfortunately, it doesn't rear its ugly head super often either. Okay, we're at the end. Yeah. We got those errors. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I wish, like, I'm just trying to, like, kind of mess up on purpose. Okay. Oh, I messed up there. Yeah, so far everything looks good. Oops. Which yellow? Oh, this one? Yeah, I was right. Then this yellow. Yes, I know. We have to fix the colors at some point so that we don't have these very similar colors that appear. Or like this one where you can barely see it. That's what happens when you just pick random RGB color values. Actually, we have a lot less like bright white ones than I would really realize. I'd think. I feel like we'd get more from time to time. Okay, so we made it through that whole 50 bubble spat there with no issue. Yeah, I don't even know what to really do to try to replicate this. I'm just kind of playing and practicing myself here. So the only thing I can figure is like, let's mess up more maybe. You know, but I mean, everything is working fine when you do that. Oh! The color just straight up changed there. I wish I had like an instant replay. Like a slow-mo. I should be like, well, I am recording the video. I'll have to go back and analyze the video when I'm done with the stream, whatever just happened there. All right, so, well, hang on. Let's see if something's even wrong, because I could have just thought I saw something. Yeah, actually, I think yeah, never mind. Nope. Wait, that was wrong. Okay, hang on. Orange, this one, green. Okay, maybe I just made a mistake there. Oh, wrong one, I guess. Nope, this one. It's too hard to see the differences between these. Okay, blue, this, that. Okay, we won again. All right. this again here. 26, 27, 28, 25, 26, 25. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 29, 30, 31. Whoop. Doesn't exist. Okay. So we got 29, 30, and 31. Why is 29 not right? What in the world? That was it. Let's print each of the colors too. Wait, is this gonna make it bigger? Is it based? Oh yeah. Well, okay. Oops. This one. There we go. It's gotta be when I mess up. Back to bubble 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We messed up on the last one, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we go to a next checkpoint. So now we're at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's the max we'll have right now. Whoa. Whoa. That's a color that doesn't exist. Yeah, something screwy there. All right, yes, I know this is boring. I'm just trying to track down this bug, if possible, by kind of playing. But I need to do something more in the console here. I need to help myself out more. Maybe we could do... Maybe we could print the whole marathon. Yeah, let's print the whole marathon. Oops. How does that look? Okay. Or we can just say setting. All right, so now I'm at least printing the whole marathon, and I can look at that. When we encounter the issue, and I can see why. Perfect game. Almost. Whoa, this one. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. This all looks good. Okay. All right. 8. Okay. Oh. Man. Sorry, once again, I'm just playing through here to see if we can find this bug where the colors do not really line up. Oh, here we go. Okay. So when I go green, brown, pink, there's a nasty brown color there that doesn't exist. Whoops. Green, brown, pink. That was it. Okay. So for some reason, this brown color, it's red here, but when it gets past this bubble is supposed to be the current target there. So this bubble would be, okay, 15, 16, 17. So the bubble would be 18. 15, 16, 17, 18, right? So the color. Oh, wait. Okay. So the color of bubble 18 is 91,020. Which definitely looks like that dark red. 91,020 would definitely be that dark red. Yes, that is definitely our dark red. 91,020. Okay. But somehow, whoops. How do I close? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so, but somehow, $18 is definitely, that's like a nasty green there. $91,020. You know what? Oh, hang on a second here. All right, I'm back. Okay, so IPRZACD hanging on. Thanks. I'm back now. All right, so I'm doing a little math here. Not math, but if I do, hang on, let me see if I think I might have just figured this out. Weirdly. So all right. So the color okay. The color of this red is 91,020. Or it's 92. Make it 91. The color of this red is 91,020 RGB. Red 91, 0 green, 20 blue. And if I look at our marathon, so this is bubble 18. If we look at bubble 18, index 18, we can see the color is 90. Oh, that's A, B, G, R. Okay, 91 red, 0 green, 20 blue. 91,020. Now, I just did a little, so the funky thing we see here is if I go here, here, pink. Okay, so that nasty chunky green right here in our target bubble off to the right there of my cursor. I don't want to crash, so I'll lose it. That color is supposed to be this one. 18 is our next bubble we need to hit. But for some reason, that color looks like this color. Now, I just did something kind of funny. This one looks kind of like a dark color, but kind of greenish. So I just did something kind of funky here. Actually, I took a screenshot. Okay, so we can refer to the screenshot from here on. So I did a quick screenshot of this color. And then I took this, and I happened to just plug 9. So where we have 0 here in green, I just plugged 91 here. So that color is pretty stinking close. Right there. So what I'm thinking might be happening is if this color happens to be a 0, maybe it's somehow getting filled by another color. It's like green is 0. Green just happened to be, the random green color happened to be 0 in this case. So maybe it just so happens to be getting, filled by this other thing here. So now I need to actually prove that. So let's minimize that, minimize that. So that's the actual color, but the color copying part to this thing might be the broken part then. So the way to test that, well, first we need to look at what the color, first we look at our color class, okay? And it's doing a copy. So it's returning a new anonymous object that is r, this.r, g, this.g, b, this.b, a, this.a. We know that's working to some degree. Oh, wait, sorry, first, okay. So first what's happening is our marathon's running this method, this little private method that's not actually private, but whatever. It's creating this little colors array where it's just dumping the color object from each target bubble. Yes. So it's pushing on to the array the color of that bubble, the actual color object. So then this method is getting a bunch of color objects. So set target bubble colors in our progress meter, set target bubble colors is getting this array of colors. And the array of colors is coming in as a anonymous object here with RGBA. And it's getting spread Oh, no. Sorry. Wait a minute. Colors. I know what it is. Maybe. Okay. Let's try to replicate this. All right, I can't talk. I just need to try to replicate it. Okay. So we've got a color. We've got a color. And we've got a, we'll call this dest color equals const dest color equals new color, and it's going to be R255, G255, B255, and then A we'll just leave as default, okay, which is 1. So now if I dest color, yes, okay. So now we can have const color A equal new color. And this color is going to equal R127 G0 B127, for example. And now dest color is going to be set to color A, or let's do it this way, I guess. Or let's do it color A dot copy. And then now if we print dest color, okay. No, okay, that didn't do it. So maybe if we do a new object, spread, and then a 0.5, for example. Does that do it? No. Color A. That works exactly as it. Oh. No, that's not working exactly as it should. That's the problem. That's it. Okay, so that's kind of frustrating. But that's simple. All right, now wait a minute though. Did it do the same thing when it was here? Did I just make a mistake? If we just did this. Oops. 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 Oh. No, we have to do that. Yeah, this is still the same problem. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay. The problem is with this set method. That's the problem. The set method on color, if it receives a 0, it does a check. If R is 0, if R is false, if G is false, if B is false, then don't change. And basically, since 0 evaluates to false, it doesn't change. And I'm reusing a color. I'm just changing it, setting it every time. So like for example here, what should happen is I have my destination color, which I'm initializing as pure white, R255, G255, B255. Then I have color A, and I'm taking the color from color A, 127, 0, 127, copying it to dest color. So that should overwrite all these 255s. But what we see happening is the 127 gets written, but the 255 stays from that's original. And that means it's a problem with this set method in color. Did I solve it? Yeah, I just figured it out. And the problem is right here. This is the problem. So let's just, so the problem is just, yeah, it's just right here. So the thing is, in the color set method, when I'm assigning the color, because it happens to be 0, that was just the randomly generated 0 value. This if statement here sees that G is 0 and assumes it's false, or well, it is false, and then just keeps its old G value. So it's just using the old G value from the previous color, which is also why we saw that color kind of change before. So I need to just get rid of all of this. Yeah, and oh no, wait. Not get rid of those, just get rid of the ifs. A, maybe we can default to 1. No. We'll leave it as it is. All right. Now, just for example, for our little test, I will replace this. And now, when we copy, now we see it work here. Our dest color is now an exact copy of color A. 127, 0, 127, 127, 0, 127. Okay, so that was it. All right, well, that was harrowing for being something that stupid. But I feel like we can confidently play the game now without running into a weird bug. Or I just broke everything. What in the world? Now everything's blue. Okay. I don't know what I was saying right up until that point, but I think I was using the word confidence in that sentence. I am confident everything will work perfectly now. Now everything's blue. All right. Why would that be? Oh. All right. If R is not equal All right, so after all that, it was just a little color copying issue, which is actually, I'm kind of relieved. I'm glad that it wasn't like some deeper mistake that I made. It was just kind of a stupid assumption that I made. But rather than like being some sort of algorithmic problem or something that I deeply misunderstood. Oh, there's a white bubble there that's like brighter than the background color, actually. Doesn't happen too often. All right, so yeah, I still have a to-do here to fix something with this. It's basically this color setting method that I have it set up so that you can call set. So for the color class, which would be anything that's drawing on the canvas would have a color. Any drawable entity would have a color. And basically the way that's working is you can modify just one, you can modify just R, just G, just B, just A. And this isn't a very elegant way to do it, but I had it set up in that way. But the problem is I was checking if the passed parameter RGBA was false. If it was false, then it would just use the original color, which was a problem because 0 evaluates to false, so it would use its old color. And since these colors are just getting reused, the progress bubble circles are just getting reused, it would just use the old, we had a value of green of 0 that came in. So red would get set, blue would get set, but G would just remain the old G. Basically, this line would just not run, this little line would not run. And then the old this dot G would get used. The old green value would get used. So yeah, that complicated things quite a bit. RGBA. So now I'm checking if it's undefined or not, rather than just evaluating to false, because 0 will be false. Undefined will be false. But now I'm comparing strictly to undefined. So if you didn't pass an RG, if you didn't pass G, you'd pass G, it would be 0. So 0 is not undefined. Let me just, no, it's not. So that I don't want to be ridiculous here, but Oops, I have to do 0 equals undefined. So if 0 is undefined, okay. All right. So I think everything felt good. I didn't notice any other bugs. Obviously, we've got an issue. What happened to our config here? Okay. We've got an issue where, let's just do 10. Oops. Got an issue where it won't end properly, and we get errors throwing there because the last bubbles here, the thing is still trying to pass values, so it's getting undefined values, undefined colors for bubbles that don't exist outside of the bubbles array. And that's fine, because I know that that was happening. Just, it does need to be fixed, yes, but it's not a bug or anything. It's a feature. No, I'm just kidding. So, yeah, everything is feeling pretty good. I really feel like the only thing, well, okay, we need to fix. So, for example, like the pink bubble pops in, right? But if you... Well, it would be nice for the bubbles here to pop back in. So when we start a level, they all slide in with animation, right? And whenever new ones come in, they slide in. But if I mess up, these ones just appear back instantly. So for that, I need to actually figure out a better way. Time to start from scratch. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, so these, it'd be nice to maybe have these ones just kind of, when you mess up, just have them. But I am liking the bubbles sliding in. It's just less like jarring, like you kind of just aren't sure what's going on. The other thing I'd like to fix is now having like some animations for these. So that would also be meaning fundamentally changing how I have this progress meter work. And it would be great to have actually, well, I call this the progress meter, but this should maybe be like the target bubble indicator or something. Target bubble meter, target bubble something. It's not really progress anymore. Like the old style, the old round style game, it was kind of made sense to be called progress, but a progress meter or whatever. But now it's just like a target bubble thing indicator. But it would also be nice to have like a real progress meter. That would just be a kind of show, like a basically a line, maybe showing you checkpoints along the way, but it'd be like the start to finish line with like maybe dots along it that show the checkpoints. And you're kind of like, you're kind of seeing you slide along that line like until you reach the end stage. Like that's kind of showing your progress amongst popping all the bubbles, right? And you would see that kind of like revert back. Like if you screwed up, you would see it go back to the other checkpoint. You go back to the, you know, the previous, the most current checkpoint, whatever. Navigation. Yeah. Something that just shows your progress throughout the entire game. Oh, you're talking about this being like called navigation. Yeah. Yes. But stuff is looking pretty good otherwise. Let's just change this back to 50. And slightly more future-minded, we'd want to kind of figure out how the colors would work more. But yeah, I think this is working exactly as we want it to be. The other thing is I don't have, yeah, if you crash, it resets you. Well, okay, so the major things I think right now, like for next stream, whenever that'll be, I guess on Monday. Next Monday. Would be, I'd like to get this animating. So bubbles kind of like sliding into it or sliding out of it, you know, indicating that when you messed up or when, you know, they'd be sliding in direction. And it'd be cool to like, it'd be cool to have, so, you know, like this position right here is immediately where the bubble you have to get. And like, as you pop it, you see it slide off into nothingness. And then you would see this like salmon colored one slide right into this position. So, and then likewise, if you crashed, boom, then you would see it like reverse, like slide back this way. So it's either like sliding this way nicely or sliding back this way. You know what? These should be slightly, I feel like it could get slightly smaller. Let's try 0.75. Let's try 0.5 just to see if there's something actually happening. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that really works there. Not that much. 0.65 maybe? Somewhere right in the middle. Maybe 2. Maybe that's too extreme. Let's go 0.7. What did I do? 0.75 before, and that felt 2. Yeah, that maybe is a little nicer. Oh, what's up with all these really bright ones? Oh, wrong one. Okay, get out of here. Yeah, because this is the kind of game where actually like animation and stuff is actually pretty critical to the gameplay. Like what you can see with your peripheral vision and your eyes, and like, you know, what the movement that happens over in the little yeah, like navigation. I kind of like that navigation section. It's pretty important. The target bubble section. Like having clarity of that is very important because it's very, you really want to like to go fast. You really want to kind of be planning where you're going, kind of looking ahead, you know, and ideally to get really good at this, you would be, you know, like looking ahead and trying to hit these 3 moves all right in a row, you know, like bang, 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 kind of, oops. Like that would kind of be the skill you're trying to go for to be good at this. Just trying to really nail things all in one. Oop. So any way that I can help, make that more clear for the player would be good. So that you can kind of keep your attention here, but peripherally be looking at this and be getting a good idea of, where you need to be. And for one would be using, very bold colors that have a lot of difference, because right now a lot of them being very similar is making it very difficult. But otherwise, I think we're looking pretty good. Whoops. Yeah, and it feels punishing. Whoa. It feels pretty... Okay, what is going on here? Oh, that's not the right green. This green. It feels pretty punishing when you mess up. And you have way more bubbles on the screen. So I like that. Feels more punishing when you mess up. You got to go back. You got to, it feels like, ugh, I got too many bubbles now. So I really like that aspect of it. Yeah, like when you mess up, it's just kind of like, And maybe, let's try 4 as a checkpoint interval. Just to see how that feels. So now only 4 bubbles be on the screen at once. Now if I mess up here, whoops. Oh. And I'm playing with the window pretty small too right now, so like hitting these really accurately is not hard, but I feel like I might be playing a little more carefully versus if this was bigger. Let's just try it pretty big here. So if it's a lot bigger, I feel like actually I feel like my accuracy is much better now, just because I'm kind of like way more flipping around. Wow, this is fun. Never thought I'd say it, but this isn't too bad. Oh boy. And then when you mess up, it's all over. Whoops. It wouldn't be so bad if the colors... Oh. Ugh, yeah, see, these two stupid... these pinks, these cyans, they're all the same. Obviously, that needs to be fixed. And that would make a big difference just in the gameplay feel and everything too. Yeah, like if we have like the distinction between the green and the pink and the blue and the red, like that's pretty good. And, I need something like that where I can really, Wow. Yeah, this is pretty fun. I'm playing with 4 bubbles now as the checkpoint. So there's only 4 bubbles on screen at a minimum. Or there's 4 bubbles on screen at a minimum. That's feeling a little less hectic. So that might be something. Or maybe there's another little variable to say a certain amount only appear on screen, but the checkpoint, like maybe you could have the checkpoint limit be longer. Yeah, that might be something to play around with. But anyway, I think that's going to be it for this stream. Yeah, things are looking pretty good. Got enough good little task lists of stuff to do for tomorrow. or it won't be tomorrow, but whenever the next stream will be. I will be streaming on next Monday. But I might get a chance to do some more streaming over the weekend. We'll see. But otherwise, I'm liking the way stuff's looking. Yeah, so for now, I think that's it. I'm out, so we'll see you in the next one.